And the announcement is you get a program.
Oh, thank you.
All right, so those first events are pretty much due to begin. So the under 13 and 14 boys and girls, 1,500 metres. Yeah, all right, so the secret with, as a former athlete from back in the olden days when we went in yards and miles, and as a coach, get to your events, your track events, nice and early. Get there, settle down, get your race plan in place, let the adrenaline build up, ready to rock and roll. So try to marshal early for the field events. For the track events will start on time. If you have a field event at the same time, send a reserve to sign you in. You can report back there once you've finished your track event. So 1500s and hurdles, I'm looking forward to seeing you down there. All right, we ready about to start the broadcast? Yeah, we've got live. Right, welcome to our live broadcast. Here we are in Whadjuk country, who are members of the Noongar Nation, so we acknowledge them as the custodians of this area where the State Athletic Centre is based, and we pay tribute to what a good job they did of looking after the country. And our first event is on the track. Over the far side of the track, we'll see the girls under 13, 1,500 metres. Our trick for new players, the 1,500 metres and the 800 metres are two divisions. So someone could be coming as far as 9th in the race and still win the second division. But the idea is to make sure that you're in front of at least one of each of the members of the other schools. Oh, you're fantastic. Can you do me a favour and poke that thing in the door so it stays open? It won't open from this side.
You get locked in, mate.
They're trying to keep me out of mischief. It may have been done on purpose, I think. All right. So just a quick rundown on what's happening for our viewers, particularly the viewers at home. They're in the triple figures already today, which is good to hear.
No, just stay there. Yeah, I think she's done her checks. She's just walking across. You can see there, looking at the watch. Just there's nothing else going on, so just stay there. This reminds me of my racing days.
The 1500. Start the 1500 as well.
Yeah.
1500 metres should go first, Bob.
Don't need to respond.
I know that, but I was just waiting for your okay to go ahead. Okay, right, well, Renee.
Let's marshal the whole four corners and communicate with that white flag, and we're off.
Away we go. Girls' first event of the day on the track. The girls under 13, 1500 metres. It's interesting looking back at the way in which women have competed in international sport. It is an opportune moment to mention that the ladies representing Australia at the Olympics have won more medals than the men. And that's despite the fact that until there was one 800 held in 1928, but it sort of came and went. But up into 1956, there were just the four running races, the 100, 200 hurdles and relay. And of course, we won them all with Shirley Strickland and Betty Cuthbert getting a lion's share. Betty with 3, Shirley with 2. We've got a good race on the track here. 2 runners shoulder to shoulder, St George. That might be a Griffith girl because I've got some very good runners at St George.
You're not live yet, so let's go to these girls.
I've just got to suss out some of the singlets. I'll wait till the hurdles to differentiate between some of them. First hurdles race also ready to begin. Well, almost. First of our hurdles races is underway, and for those of you of the program, you'll notice that every hurdles record is held by the same young lady. She's a Tranby or ex-Tranby student, the wonderful Sophie White. Now it looks like it's going to be Living Waters and Mother Teresa first to the line. So at the virtual halfway, 700 metres down, St George are comfortably in the lead. And so we've got some very strong runners from there. We had twin boys that I used to look forward to seeing each year, but they have gone and graduated, so I'm suffering a little bit of withdrawal on the St George front today. Now the excitement here is, in fact, with these positions, of course, if you pass a competitor from another school in your division, not only do you get more points, but they get less. So that's the formula. We see it ever present at the cross country, where they have the inverse score, the low scores win. So no matter where they're running in the race, the only way to get no points, in fact, is to have no competitor. So it's wonderful. I see what some groups, I call them the druthers. I always thought that was Mum's made-up word, but it's in the dictionary. It means I'd rather be doing something else, but the school didn't have a 1,500-metre runner. It's the last thing on my mind when I got out of bed this morning, but here I am, out there getting those 1 or 2 points that will decide one of our 7 trophies today. So I'm trying to find the girls under 1,500 metres, and I will see St George's. That's a boy doing the hurdles. There's the girls, boys 1,500. Goodness me, where are we? It's, by my estimations, Leah Waters from St George. I've had a young lady named Griffiths. I used to see, I think there was 2 of them, and they've got some wonderful tradition. So the tradition lives on with a new 12-year-old young lady powering on here in the 1,500 metres. So when she gets to the 200-metre mark, 600 to go.
Stand by 2 and 2.
Running comfortably. If she's listening, I might point out you've got this one, and I'm sure you're going to be running an 800, probably a 400 and a 200 as well later. I see one of our competitors suffering from a stitch there. I've yet to work out what you do with the stitch. This soldier on, I think's the phrase I was given. It's a good sign when your winner in the 1,500 starts lapping people. That means she's running very, very well. I will ask you as she comes past, regardless of which school you are supporting, maybe you could give this young lady a bit of a cheer because she might be representing St George today. Later in the year she'll probably be representing Western Australia, or she might end up like Rhiannon Clark and Matthew Ramsden representing Australia at the Commonwealth Games. So give her a bit of a cheer, encourage our young athletes. This is their day in the sun. They train all year, and this is one of those days where we get to say well done. In fact, I was wrong. She was that quick. She's actually finished the race. So humble apologies. I'll often make mistakes with the announcing. My story is that I make deliberate mistakes so you can see that it's not pre-recorded. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. So well done, young lady. Very, very nice running from, Zara would have been the Division 1 competitor. Oh, never mind. Having lots of trouble trying to get these. No, Division 1 is in fact Leah Waters from St George. So well done to that young lady. Next one home was, in fact, I think Mother Teresa. Peter Carnley coming home now. And a runner from Foundation. There's someone here thinking, those are the runners from Albany. I'll tell you what, never turn your back on it. Someone from St Joseph's in Albany. They have got lots of endeavour. The mighty kids from down on the south coast. They came up here and they're complaining it was a bit warm. St Joseph's, they'll get some good points for the second division there. So well done, St Joseph's. Right, boys under 13 hurdles now. The first, just the one division per age group. I was mentioning Sophie White's hurdles record. She holds the record for every hurdles age group. Sophie went on to the Youth Olympics in Rio while she was still at school and won a silver medal. Her time in Rio was in fact faster than Sally Pearson's at the same age. And that's pretty impressive. Fine athlete, lovely young lady as well. I've just heard a call on the two-way and my eavesdropping two-way that there's someone may have set a record on one of our throws. They've throws all jumps. The metal tape has been ordered. Man on the far side is in red. Red ones go faster, not getting it all his own way. First it's Rehoboth and then St Joseph's in the lane closest to me. One of my contemporaries, the wonderful Peter Watson, the Labour member for Albany, been there for many a year. I was chatting to him online not too long ago. Peter represented Australia at the 1968 Mexico Olympics, another 4-minute miler. And of course Matthew Ramsden from Colby College is now a 4-minute miler, and he's way more than that. He's run a 3:50 for the mile. Under 13 boys heading out on the far side. Again, St George standing out in the white. Alongside them, the two runners from Tranby. So let's see how it pans out once they get going. Notice a lot of the runners making the fatal mistake of they're standing out wide on the track, cutting straight in. The trick when you're actually running 1500 and merging for the 800, if you're in the outside lane, draw a tangent to the 200 metre bend and run a straight line. Otherwise, you're literally running two sides of a triangle. So draw a straight line. That way you merge very gradually, less pushing and shoving, and you run a shorter distance. I'm thinking that there's a new top there which I'm not familiar with. I think it might be a Mother Teresa wearing a singlet rather than their T-shirt. I'll get a photo of that, put it on my database. I'm guessing Mother Teresa has gone to the lead. A man in the very dark colours, Peter Carnley, I'm guessing. Well, a number of different blues. It's going to, how many different blues can you put in one carnival? They're determined to keep this poor old announcer confused. I was confused enough this morning getting up at 6 to try and beat the weather. So 400 down, the boys have settled into a nice little pattern, nice little bunch out the lead. One of the boys decided to keep in touch with the leader. Matthew made that mistake at the Australian Championships just prior to the Olympics, that the leaders go and bolt. Stuart McSwain, fantastic runner from Tasmania. Little bloke has decided to throw down the gauntlet. He said, if you want to win this race, you're going to have to keep up with me. Not very light on his feet, so I'm not going to predict too much. I don't want to put the knockers on him. Now, the worst part about the colours is we're looking through a tinted window and it changes everything. I do believe that's the youngster from Albany. It is St Joseph's Albany. I mentioned Peter Watson and he just said, well, I'll show you what Albany runs like these days. Running very nicely, comfortably, the 800 to go. The three together here, Peter Carnley, Mother Teresa and St George. Just a guess on Mother Teresa. Yes, they have. They've tricked me. They've got a nice new athletic top. I'll go and take a photo of that in a moment. I'll do it now. Yeah, the best one didn't come on.
Yeah, it's we've got it's plugged in. Just plugged in. Yeah, I don't know.
It's God's way of saying something. All right, the hurdles are away again. Let's have a look at them. Far side Rehoboth in the middle of the field. Peter Carnley hurdling very nicely. Comfortable, very neat, just taking it easy. How easy is it to get 3 steps and hurdle nicely? Peter Carnley blitzes it, well done. I do believe Living Waters and Rehoboth are the next two across the line. So, a very capable young hurdler. All right, so the youngster coming down the finishing straight here is from Peter Carnley. He's striding out very nicely. I sincerely hope that's the last lap. Well done, Pete. Oh, goodness me, slippery track, take it easy. Young bloke all the way from Albany. Should be all cramped up with sore legs. There's the Tranby boy. He's one of our druthers. Next one will be Living Waters. Then it's St. Teresa, or Mother Teresa, St. George. And a big sprint through from the man from Mother Teresa again. So Mother Teresa will in fact win the second division of that race. So some good points for them on that scoreboard. Young bloke from Rehoboth coming home with what is customarily called a wet sail. And today, I think most of them are wearing a wet sail.
Stand by 2 and 2. And 1.
If my records are accurate, Liam Cleve was the winner of that boys 1500 metres for the under 13. We get a printout of the teams that have been sent in to the ACC earlier in the week. So in most cases, hopefully I can name the competitors doing the right thing out on the track.
Just one boy crossing the line and
Our hurdles officials are probably the hardest working officials we have because it's not, you don't have to be too much into athletics to realise that the heights, the distance between, in fact the distance run, they all vary across the age groups, particularly in the boys division. So the lady running that, Lynn Foreman, 400 metre hurdler from the Brisbane Commonwealth Games. A lot of our officials down here are former athletes. In fact, one of them, Bob, it ran against Ron Clark at the 1962 Commonwealth Games. So later on I'll be telling my Shirley Strickland story as I do, another famous athlete that dedicated the rest of her life as an official and a coach, just like Lynn. There's one of the Tranby boys, one of the druthers. There you go, good boy. That couple of points might make the difference. 7 trophies at the end of the day. The junior boys, junior girls, that's the under 13s and 14s. The 15s and open will be the senior boys and girls. We also have a combined trophy for the boys and a combined trophy for the girls. That reflects a little bit back on our history. Originally the ACC was just a boys competition. Christian Brothers, Newman, Servite, St. Louis. Then over the years we invited the girls in, and it was at that stage almost a Catholic organisation only, but then it became the Associated and Catholic colleges. Today there are in fact only 2 Catholic colleges on the track. All right, so the 14 ladies setting into their rhythm, and it's going to be a bit of team running from the Peter Carnley group. Now, keeping in mind that the girl coming second may be one of them will be the winner of the second division, but having said that, I can't drop off the pace too much because the 2 runners from St. George are in there as well. Let me find my under 14 girls 1500 metre details. There they are. Asher Freeman's running for St. George, as is Anouk Potter. Now the Peter Carnley, hang on, the hurdles are on, snuck in on me. So they're away, whoa, big fella, oh, beauty. St. Teresa and Mother Teresa, St. Teresa and Rehoboth right together on the line. Now I'm going to go and talk to the photo finish judges. As I do my commentary, you'll often hear me refer to the importance of dipping on the line. Now that became very much a part of folk history when at the Barcelona Olympics Debbie Flintoff King was running alongside the world record holder. World record holder cruised through the line, standing bolt upright. Debbie Flintoff King, beautiful timely dip on the line, won the gold medal. And what have we got? Oh, goodness me. Surely you can't. Oh, dear. Our photo finish judge is having difficulty sorting this one out. It was that close. Both the boys dipping on the line. The line is taken from the upper torso, not the head, just the upper torso. Little bloke from Rehoboth dipped with his full body, but unfortunately only had half as much body as the man from Mother Teresa. So by the narrowest of margins, Mother Teresa wins the boys' hurdles. And I say both dipped beautifully on the line, but when you're dipping from the height of 2'6", you don't dip as far as you do for the big tall fellow. Who said it wasn't going to be exciting?
Okay, they're standing behind the blocks. As they come round, maybe just do the same thing.
As well, I have a moment. I really would like to pay tribute to the officials. The major officials are members of Athletics West. They're all qualified. I imagine they'll all be over in Victoria in a couple of years' time 4 years' time for the Commonwealth Games. They'll be up in Brisbane in 6 years' time for the Olympics, and they're out here today looking after our young athletes. And they'll be out in the weather pretty much for the whole day. So full credit to those wonderful people. Highly skilled and highly dedicated.
Still on camera two. Coming back to one. And
A rather distressed young lady from Peter Carnley there. It's a little bit too tough, so maybe if one of the team officials from Peter Carnley would like to take this youngster over to the first aid, she might need just a little bit of a pep up. She decided to stay with her partner and do the team thing, but just absolutely run out of puff. So full credit to her. 1 lap to go for the ladies. Now it's going to be interesting. St George has tried to get with it, and tried to, she's getting to. So we'll have a St George and a Peter Carnley with 200 to go. St George moves past. That's a reminiscent of 1954 Commonwealth Games when Bannister passed Landy. Probably a lot of you don't remember watching that, the live broadcast. Firstly, television hadn't been invented. Secondly, you weren't born. I remember it well. So St George, their distance running. Hang on, here's Peter Carnley's going to change down a gear. She hasn't given up yet. Oh, you little beauty. Well done, you devil. She was just foxing. She said, okay, you can have the lead for a while, but I'll have it when it matters most, crossing the line. So well run for the young lady from Peter Carnley. St George next across. Let's read, I'll check out their names from my little book here. From Peter Carnley, it is Hayley Roach, under 14, and from St George's, Asher Freeman. Freeman, quite a well-known name for running, just in case you've forgotten.
Sebastian Coe and Steve.
Well, that's true. We're talking about people taking turns at winning the races. Oh, it's a big sprint for the line. It's Mother Teresa and Living Waters. I know Peter Carnley. Peter Carnley said, we won the first division, we want the second division as well. No, it's not, it's Living Waters. So, as I said, unfortunately, with the green tinting on the windows here, the colours aren't quite as clear as they might be. People at home are watching the TV and going, what's the matter with this guy? Is he colourblind? It's a little difficult. It's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. Righto. So here's the next runner for Mother Teresa. A couple of good points for them there. Once again, full credit to the druthers, the people down the back, and the smaller schools particularly. They, people like St Joseph's in Albany, you'll find they've got someone out there on every occasion. They might not be exponents of the 1500 metres. Speaking of that, here comes Foundation coming home. That'll be their first division and second division runners together, with sandwiching a Tranby competitor. There's one of the druthers from St Joseph's in Albany. Next one, Living Waters again. Some of our schools, a little bit of information for you. Living Waters is a Lutheran school. Before I tell you all about them, we had a wonderful moment in the J division. We had Al-Amin, a Muslim school. People of the Islamic faith have joined our fold, so that was wonderful to see. We also have Carnival School from the Hebrew persuasion. We had St Andrews the other day, they're a Greek Orthodox college. And as I was just saying there, the Lutheran school, Living Waters. I have a special attachment to Living Waters, one of my very dearest friends. I did a couple of decathlons alongside the wonderful Len Vlahov. Len Vlahov, one of the most fantastic men and a huge influence on my life. Len was the captain of the state basketball team when they only had state teams. Len was a PhD in education, a lecturer, teacher, mentor. He's also played in a band, so he and I have got some things in common. I played in a band too. But Len was the driving force to establish the Living Waters Lutheran School, and I'm very, very pleased to say that they've named their gymnasium after the wonderful Len Brahov, taken way too young, died in his 50s. So hurdles on the track again, and it's going to be Mother Teresa looking very nice. She's hurdling very nicely. Oh, good girl, hurdling alternating legs. That's the way. Well done. So Mother, I tell you what, sneaking under my vision was a girl from Albany, but so first across the line, comfortably ahead, but not a huge margin, was Mother Teresa. Second one home was the youngster from Albany. I recall going down to open the Albany Little Athletics track. All right, so that's a little bit of inside information on some of our Rehoboth girls, the two Wongas girls, Kayla and Sarik. They're both running today for Rehoboth in the open division, even though one's in year 10 and one in year 12. Under 14 boys out on the track. Living Waters must have been listening to my stories of the wonderful Len Vlahov, so the boys have come out with enthusiasm. I wouldn't be surprised. They look like twins to me. It's certainly a carnival for twins. We've got the wonderful twins from Mother Teresa. We've only just become absence of the two wonderful twin brother boys. In fact, there's three from that age group, three from the family, so there's still one left from St George. Fond memories of Albany. I drove down there with Jeff Hendricks when he was an under 13, and did the first ever little athletics coaching seminar in Albany back in the late 1960s, early 1970s, being the foundation coach of little athletics in Western Australia, thanks to Robin Johnson, who invited me to do that. A lot has happened since then. We only had the one centre. Initially it was actually called the Perry Lakes Little Athletic Association. Then it became WA, and then we opened Melville. I got to cut the ribbon at Melville, so fond memories of little athletics. But it's certainly come a long way. So the two boys here from Living Waters running very nicely. Mother Teresa just over their shoulder. Rehoboth within distance if he really wanted to be. The boy from Mother Teresa, I think, is going to make a statement soon, but no point in doing anything too enthusiastically because we've still got one lap to go. I'm going to check the boys under 14, 1500 metres. Right, so William and Daniel Gilmore are the two boys from Living Waters. While my eyesight's not really good on colours, at least I can differentiate a couple of twin brothers. So always good when you've got, in fact, the amazing thing is Stuart McSwain, who holds the Australian record for 1,500 mile, 2 mile, 3,000, 5,000 and 10,000, has a twin brother who doesn't run. Stuart McSwain from King Island, just off the coast of Tasmania. So well done to the Gilmore boys. You've heard of the Gilmore girls. Folks, this is the Gilmore boys. Quick look over the shoulder. Here comes the boy from Rehoboth. I said he was within touch, within distance. He won't get... Oh, big finish. Here goes one of the Gilmore boys. Come on. Wonderful running. Come on, young fella. You did all the work. You deserve a victory. Two of them together, Mother Teresa and Living Waters, Mother Teresa. Oh, dear me, Mother Teresa. All right, now, so Living Waters will come second in the first division, first in the second division, so great points for them. But the young fella from, full credit to whichever the Gilmore boys it was, he didn't give up his lead in the first division without an excellent effort. That is just athletics. We talk about sport in the right spirit. I reckon that ACC sport's just athletics at its best. It's beautiful. Love it. Boys, well done. Len Vlahov will be looking down on you. Be very proud of you, fellas. Len Vlahov was about 6'6" and around 200 kilograms of pure muscle, and represented Australia in the discus at the Commonwealth Games. And I had the great pleasure of competing with him in the decathlon, and with him running a 1,500 metres, you could feel the earth move under your feet. A great big giant of a man, wonderful man. Okay, St Joseph's Albany coming through now. Another one that said, I'll give the best I can, get as many points as I can. I've probably got another 10 events today. St Joseph's Albany and the man from Rehoboth.
Picking up his pistol, yeah?
Subject to the reporting, Daniel Gilmore was listed as a Division 1 competitor, so well done, Daniel. And from Mother Teresa, the competitor was Dante Tisong. Right, far side of the track, the girls under 1500 metres is underway. Just looking down to the hurdles, trying to make sure I'm not talking when the starter's on his stand. Not easy to see, but I'll do my best. Good on you, starter. All right, so the girls are away in their hurdles. It's under 15 hurdles, 90 metres. Far side, oh, very nice hurdling. That's the girl from Mother Teresa. Lynn will be impressed with that. Right, very, very comfortable. Winning margin of 20 metres over 90 is not too shoddy. So very well done. I do believe Living Waters was next across the line, but the winner was from Mother Teresa. So let me find the name, dig through all these piles of paper. All the events are all mixed in with, here it is, under 15 girls, Division 1. Riley Rosenberg. The girls under 15 hurdles. I find it in athletics, hurdles is a bit like butterfly in the swimming. The people that really know how to do it make it look so easy, and the rest of the people work very, very hard trying to keep up. But very nice time. I'll have a quick look at the record for that, if I can find it. No. Record for that girls' hurdles. 12.93. So give you some idea of how fast. I don't like to. The young lady there ran something in the 14s. Sophie was at 12.93. So a very, very fine run from that particular runner. But keeping that Sophie, of course, must have been tremendous, and she was. So Foundation up in the lead this time with Living Waters, St George and Peter Carnley. Getting the impression those front three will probably be the lead pack. So girls under 1500 metres. Let me do a quick scan down here. Now we had one of the Waters family did very well earlier. This is Ava Waters now. Ava Waters from St George. We had her little sister, I would presume, earlier. So I have a feeling that she might just keep in touch. If I was you, Ava, I would get just a little bit closer. The way to expend your energy when you're running any race, but particularly 400, 800, 1500, is to expend your energy perfectly evenly. If you want to run a 4-minute mile, one minute for each lap, and then allow for a bit of a sprint at the finish line. So the idea, Ron Clark used to say that he could play games, slowing down, speeding up, carrying on. But as far as he was concerned, he had to run as well as he could all the way, or he was doing a disservice to athletics. So people used to let him do all the work, and then they would pass him towards the finish. Of course, the great travesty of international athletics was the 1968 Mexico Olympics, where Ron ran one of his races, the 5 or the 10, I'm not sure which, on the opening day, and at the end of the race with the rarefied atmosphere was actually for a very few moments clinically dead. They had to get his heart started again, and it took his life eventually. He pretty much destroyed his heart at that rarefied atmosphere. Another personal hero of mine, the wonderful Ron Clark. Always do your best or you're doing a disservice to your sport, as Ron used to say. I only met him a couple of times, but it was worth the effort.
Stand by one, that's a nice shot one. And there's 2 goes and 1.
So the leaders opened up Foundation. I know that the Kennedy family are down at Foundation. David Kennedy. David is a 24-hour champion. and his wife and daughters all run. So I could always check the list, couldn't I? It might be this one. Might be one of the Kennedys. He's a fine young man here. So girls under 15, 1500 metre run. It is. It's Sophie Kennedy. I should have been silly me not looking up my records. Having said all the good things about the young lady from St George with Sophie in the race, I think that she may, and as I said, she's going to be running perfectly evenly because her father is an expert. So Sophie running comfortably through the line, got her own little watch, grabs her number, and knowing full well that she'll knock out an 8, probably a 4 and a 2 later in the day. So well done, Sophie. Next one home, Living Waters. Let me find the lady's name. Living Waters competitor was, that's Ava Bell, and then Ava Waters. So Ava and Ava. Now the good news for St George is they look like winning the second division, unless, of course, no, that'll... Right. Now, the good news for St George was it didn't really matter there. You've won the second division regardless of that big sprint from Mother Teresa. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the boys' hurdles all saved them all to last because they won the longer distance right for the start. Away we go. No, that's a false start. Just hold up. They can't stop the kids from St Joseph's. They get full of adrenaline. There's so much enthusiasm. They're almost unstoppable. I do recall, I think it was one of their swimmers one time, there was a break in the swimming and he fought over the top of the rope and finished 100 metres and they couldn't get him out of the pool. Just for the competitors and likewise for the people in the stands, if you hear an audible sound, in other words the firing of a gun, that means that there has been a false start. That's the beeper for the start. Quiet now, please. This time they're away. Let's see who they're getting. Invariably, the person first to the first hurdle is more than likely the winner. I think it's the two outside lanes again. Rehoboth this time. Rehoboth and St Joseph's. Oh, St Joseph's slightly ahead. The young man from... Yes, he'll get there. Oh, no, he won't. Oh, big finish. And the boy from Rehoboth got over that last hurdle, changed down a gear, whipped up the tempo, and has stolen it. You little rat bag. So Rehoboth first across the line. Just very slightly ahead of the youngster from Albany. Maybe he's tired from running half the race a few moments ago. So that would have been the boys on the 14 hurdles. Desmond Burns was the boy from St Joseph's, and from Rehoboth, Aknaf Sayon. My apologies for pronunciations which are not accurate. I'll certainly do my best. Phonetically, you should have seen me should have heard me when I was doing the World Masters Athletics. I had the great honour of broadcasting to 280 nations, and there were some very dubious pronunciations, dare I say, especially the Eastern European bloc. The easiest to pronounce were the Japanese because they're spelt out phonetically. Speaking of St Joseph's in Albany, look what we have here. Young man in the under 15, 1500 metres, just setting up nice and tall, striding out very comfortably. Now he's not going to run out of legs. So he's got 2 laps to go. I'm going to find out who he is. Here we go. Girls under 15. Is it? Just the boys, okay.
15-year-old.
St Joseph's, that's the girls. Where's the boys?
Event 32, stand by 1 and
Yes, it is. There we go. Right, that's Division 2. Let's find Division 1.
they'll combine 100.
Yep. Oliver Pass from Albany would be my nomination for the young man. Comfortably in the lead of the boys, 1500. A couple of people behind him look like they might be tempted to try and close the gap. Do they have the legs? Once again, I say down at Foundation, they'll have David Kennedy as their coach, so they'll know how to do it. So Foundation man sort of just moving up, tempting for third place, but the man in the lead, he's probably got his iPod on just listening to a podcast or something. He's so very relaxed. He's coming into the straight. I'd give him, it's 45 metres lead on the next runner with the bell about to ring. Interesting trivia question. If you were at a quiz
Final lap, just stay with him.
at a trivia night and someone said, what's the length of the straight on an athletic field? How many people would say 100 metres? It's actually 80 metres. In fact, last night I saw something on television and it had a picture of the Olympic Stadium. Now, I was at the Olympic Stadium for the 1896 Games. In case you're wondering, no, I wasn't competing. But that particular stadium, they had 100 metres straight, and the bends were so sharp, it was almost like doing an about turn in the army. So, over the years, the standard track wasn't always standard. It became standardised later in its history, which made it what it is today, with an 80 metre straight and a 120 metre bend, because otherwise the inside lane really is putting out lots of extra energy. Students of physics, how do you change direction? You apply a force, and if you have to apply a force very suddenly, it's a big force. So that's why they've changed the shape of the track. Here's the boy from Albany. Let's welcome him home, please, young man. He's been training all year for his day in the sun, and he's blitzed this one. Well done, young man. Once again, his name is Riley Burns. Riley, very nicely done. It's a big finish. There's the Foundation boy coming through. Wants that second place. Actually, congratulations on the run. Now, the bad news is that you achieved nothing because the man you just passed was winning the second division. So St Joseph's wins first and second division, and the young man from Foundation puts on a fine finish to become second in the first division. So I'll give him a bit of a credit while I've got him on line here. Max Marsden. Now, Marsden. Oh, goodness me. No, I was thinking Marsden and Maslin. Sorry, I've got the wrong name. There was a famous runner mate of mine, Ted Maslin. Had about 13 children, didn't know what to do, kept them in a shoe. The man from Rehoboth heard the pitter-patter of tiny feet and said, not on your Nelly. So well done to the young man from Rehoboth. He's asserted his position, keeping an eye on the hurdles. Okay, so once again we've got one of the druthers, the boy from Foundation. Someone said we don't have anyone on this race. He said, well, if I have to, I will, and he has. So another one of the druthers. He not a 1,500 metre runner by training or nature, but he's put his hand up and he's going to get that 1 or 2 points that might decide one of the 7 trophies. So Foundation, welcome your young man home. One of our druthers. He'd rather be doing something else. Here he is.
It's live with a graphic. That's it. 115 girls.
Now this, I do believe this is the under 19 boys hurdle, so we might have been one out of phase earlier. I was calling it under 14, but this is the under 19 boys hurdles. There's no others to come. All right, the boys are heading down their 100 hurdles. Mother Teresa out in the lead. It's a tall hurdle. Oh dear! Oh, well done. Beautiful recovery from the young bloke from St Joseph's Albany. The leader was Mother Teresa. Young man from Albany, if you've skimmed your knee, make sure you duck over and visit the ladies at the St John's ambulance. Just got a bit of disinfectant on the injury, but full credit for bouncing back to your feet and recovering to get your share of the points. Now, I did mention that St George has a young lady of the Griffith family, and I'm going to find her name now. There used to be two, now there's only one, but the girls have made a wonderful contribution to the boys under 19, 1500 girls. Alexandra Griffin, sorry. Goodness me, I'll be in trouble with St George. There's Alex Griffin out there. Look at the something about talented runners. You just look at them and say, well, she knows what she's doing. Just running very comfortably. Undoubtedly, you'll see her again in the 800. Now, in the 15, in the Rehoboth lady, there are two Rehoboth girls. I'm just going to find them on here. Sarik Bongas, and the other one is her sister. One's in year 10 and one's in year 12, and that's Kayla. Now, Kayla is a modern pentathlete. So not only does she do her running, she does fencing, horse riding, and shooting and swimming. So a very, very good all-round athlete. One of the records, or some of the records you see on the books, belong to Rhiannon Hepburn. She's a specialist triathlete. So I'm guessing, I'm not sure, in fact, we're saying that of the two girls, Kayla is in, I do believe, in year 12. Just let me check. Kayla in 12 and Sarik in year 10. But out in the lead, Alex Griffin. I'm sincerely hoping that Alex is only in year 10 or something, because I don't like to lose my champion athletes. I look forward to seeing them each year and watching them exhibit just how to go about being a champion runner. So one lap to go for St George. So just looking at the program, you'll be aware of the fact there's just one more 1500 metre race, and then we do have the 200 metre races. Now the 200 metre races are thick and fast. Bang, bang, bang. Nothing else to intervene. No other races, just the 200. So let's get across to the 200 metres, please. Under 13 and 14 boys and girls, over to the 200 metre start. Get there nice and early. Get your game plan into place. Now once again, an elite athlete is coming into the finishing straight. It's Alex Griffin from St George. They train each day, right through the year. This is their day in the sun, so anyone that likes athletics, or doesn't like athletics but appreciates hard work, nice little bit of a bit of applause, a bit of encouragement for this young athlete as she comes down the finishing straight, comfortably winning the girls' open 1500 metres. Alex Griffin.
And you can follow her as she finishes.
Well done, Alex. Just totally comfortable. Going to have a big day on the track. Reminds me, I remember Luke Shaw from Kennedy. I was hoping he would break a long-standing 800 metre record, but he ran that day the 8, the 4, the 2, the relay. Did so many races that day that he had to save something. Now the next one coming home now is the other of the girls from Rehoboth. That's Sarik. And she's going to, I think she's been counting the numbers. So full credit to her. I think that what she's, no, it's not actually, that's Kayla, sorry. Goodness me, Alex had a big gap, but Kayla, our modern pentathlete, because in the olden days there used to be a men's athletic pentathlon, and for a while the girls used to do a pentathlon before it became a heptathlon. I remember seeing Kiara Rodinguez set a record in the InterVarsity heptathlon down here, and this recently she was in the bobsled at the Winter Olympics. Kiara Rodinguez from Leonora.
And just down the top of the street.
There's the next of our
Yeah, that one there.
runners.
1 and 1.
Sarik from Rehoboth. So just the one more 1500. I'm seeing a nice gathering over under the 200 metre tent. Keep in mind though, unlike with the hurdles where there were some pauses between races, no such luxury with the 200 metre races. So you might be in the under 15 or open, but don't turn your back on the races because they are off bang, 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 one after the other. There's one of the senior girls from St Joseph's in Albany, 2 of them in fact. And I think one of them is going to try and get a couple of extra points. She's doing a bit of a sneak up. St Joseph's Albany, great to see the senior girls representing the left a little too late. Well done to the people that have been, should be all leg cramped from sitting on buses driving up from Albany. Sincerely hope they came up last night. All right, just doing the introduction to the schools. Just keep an eye on that 200 for me, and I'll do a little bit. Yeah, of course there is. Got the camera crew here teaching me how to do my job. Well, somebody had to. Right, Foundation Christian College, based down in Mandurah, and wonderful little school. If you want to know where it is, it's just opposite the big health complex down there. And I had to drop in and see them one day, and I was totally impressed with the wonderful friendly culture of the people down at Foundation Christian College, yes, from down in Mandurah. Now, Mother Teresa, I don't have to tell you too much about the lady herself, very famous Mother Teresa. A good mate of mine, Father John Daly, before he became a priest, did spend some time with Mother Teresa, and he's got some wonderful stories. You think of this little old wizened old lady, she was a real power to be seen and heard. So he said Mother Teresa ran with an iron fist. It might have been a bony little fist, but it certainly was. So Mother Teresa down in Baldivis, they're up to, in fact, they blitzed the lower age group last year, but they're stepping up into a bit more competitive place this year. So keep an eye on them. Peter Carnley Anglican Community School in Wellard, not far from my house. The old story, I can see Peter Carnley from here. Peter Carnley, I did mention earlier, one of the great Christian leaders of the Christian church. He's an Anglican, but he's done so much work for the whole happening there. Big tall fella from Rehoboth, standing up big and strong, running a little bit like a footballer, but I'll tell you what, he's still got some in the tank. The boy out in front, I do believe, is from Living Waters. Rehoboth out in they've got an interesting history there. I'll actually go and have a look into that, tell you a bit more about them later. St George Anglican Grammar School. It's one of those wonderful schools. In fact, in Adelaide, it's Wakefield Street CBC. And in Perth, it used to be the central school there, with the two. Well, there in Fremantle were the two CBC schools, Trinity and CBC. But the central school right in the middle of the city, and they've got a wonderful range of people from all over the place, and smack bang in St George's Terrace, but also named after St George as well. Now, St Joseph's Albany would have been originally CBC Albany and St Joseph's, but CBC has joined in, and they've kept the name. Of course, the Sisters of St Joseph, founded by Mary MacKillop. We also have MacKillop Catholic College competing with us, and one of their more famous Sisters of St Joseph was Irene McCormack. Irene McCormack, West Australian girl, who has been listed by the bishops of South America to be beatified for her service to the people of Peru. Irene gave her life for the people there. So St Joseph, a big name to carry. Tranby, it's a lovely little school just down there in, I'm trying to think of the name of the suburb, but it's sort of around the Baldivis area, but had a long tradition and some wonderful athletes, but not to discount any of the others, but of course the wonderful Sophie White was a Tranby girl, and a fine young lady she was. Right, St George's Grammar opened in 2015. It's the 14th of the Anglican Schools Commission. Now, the Anglican Schools Commission, by the way, was set up by Peter Moyes. We'll talk more about him at the later Carnival. So, the Anglican tradition, 14 schools, and all of them, except for a couple, are part of the ACC. They have a lovely smattering of local and international athletes. And as I say, based right in the middle of the city. So St George's Anglican Grammar. Now the big tall fella from Rehoboth just pacing along very nicely. Not sure if he'll be tempted to just looking at foundation here. I forgot to mention they were supported by the Maranatha Christian College in Rockingham, which has now changed itself to South Coast Baptist, I think. I'll check on that later, but there we go. So out in the lead, I'll wait till they come into the sights here. I'll let this guy sneak under my guard. I do believe it was a Living Waters competitor. That one against, again, just one of those. Yes, it is. Man from Living Waters. I say you've got Len Vlahov. I can remember this giant man doing a 1,500 metres. It was a sight to be seen. And this time it's someone far lighter on their feet, coming home with a dash of speed. Living Waters, give your boy a bit of a cheer. That's the old story. Well done. Now the big tall fella from Rehoboth is just striding along nicely. St Joseph's is sort of don't make a tilt at the second place, won't get there. Man from Rehoboth reminding me a lot of Bruce Kidd from the Commonwealth Games in '62. Once again, some of you might not have been watching that, but a Canadian with a little peak cap. And speaking of St George, and here's the man. Next one home, Peter Carnley. So nice sharing of the points there. So Rehoboth will actually, in fact, win the second division. So good points for Rehoboth. Second in the first in the second. Tranby. And St George. So St George will get some good points there as well. So they'll be second in both divisions. So St Joseph's Albany making that fatal mistake of running to the line. It's you've got someone standing right there with a little ticket. It's hard to not be tempted to slow down, but still held off the attack from Mother Teresa. There's another foundation boy. It's all the boys coming home. Peter Carnley, another one of the druthers there. Good boy. Some valuable points. 200 metre race is not far away. I'll keep an eye on the start. I can see him today. And I'll get my friends in the video department to give me a heads up once this. Michael, the starter. Great starter, great name.
to include the whole field. Starter is up on his stand, but he's not ready to start yet. And Julie, this is the girls under 13 Division 2 200 meters. Graphic is up and starter has mounted his stand again.
Right, away we go. Division 2 girls under 13 200 metres. Let's see how they go coming around the bend. There's a bit of a move on the outside, middle of the field doing nicely. The one just outside Rehoboth, Mother Teresa, I think, is getting some good running. Coming into the straight, St. Joseph's Albany is in the lead. Looking back, bit of a glance, still comfortable in the lead. I don't think they'll catch her. So it's going to be St. Joseph's Albany, Rehoboth, Mother Teresa. And on the very outside it is the Living Waters competitor. So the kids from down south pick up a nice victory. And as is my habit, I'll say if that's the second division, who have St. Joseph's got in the first division? Big fan of the country schools, especially their staff, giving up all the time that they do. And with the people travelling from further away, not only do they have to do the big long bus trip on a given day, they then have to supervise a bunch of adrenaline-filled teenagers overnight sleeping somewhere. And that is a big task. Been there, done that.
Yeah, he's lining them up for the next 200-meter race.
Oh, shit.
Anyway, Lee, that was good coverage. That was the best coverage of the
That was Tory Lethbridge from St. Joseph's, took out that one. Away we go. Once again, looking for big things from. I tell you, look like Rehoboth might be getting the best of it at this stage. Rehoboth and Mother Teresa. So here comes a girl from Albany. Well, Mother Teresa's changed down a gear. Look at the cadence there. Not very long legs, but they're ticking over at a great rate of knots. Mother Teresa, definitely first line. Big finish from St. Joseph's Albany will get through to second. Then the Rehoboth competitor. So go down to my little data pile here. I can actually keep up with these ones. So in the girls 200 metres, Division 1, the winner from Mother Teresa, Evie Lang. So Evie Lang first across the line. Ella Tassila from St. Joseph's, and then from Rehoboth. I'm sorry, your name has been cut off here. Kodia, I think, from Rehoboth. When people have a long hyphenated name, we lose half of it because of the truncating on the print. So my apologies to that young lady. Right, in the the girls under 14, we have one of our multi-class competitors. That's Rebecca Fraser from Rehoboth.
Stand by for a start.
And Mother Teresa is on top of the board. I'll be buggered. After this 200, can you get your bloke to pan that onto the scoreboard?
Yes, I can.
And we'll do a call through that. Away we go, boys under 13, Division 2. Moving the ball, man from Rehoboth powering through the middle, but he's taking St. Joseph's with him. So St. Joseph's from Rehoboth. St. Joseph's probably will get the advantage coming into the straight, being slightly inside, but they'll be shoulder to shoulder. On the inside lane's Peter Carnley, but the man from St. Joseph's out in the lead. Peter Carnley coming on the inside. No, I won't get to him. So all the way from Albany, powering onto the line. The country kids take it yet again. Next one, Rehoboth, Peter Carnley, and then the boy from St. George. I did mention that in under 14 boys and also the under 14 girls, we have a
That one there. Stand by. I'll come to one on the scoreboard.
right. Just
I had a shot up, but it's
multi-class athlete in the event.
away we go, boys under 13 Division 1 on the track. No, it's the girls Division 2. In fact, we do have a multi-class athlete in here. So let's have a bit of a look. I'll tell you all more about a multi-class athlete. No, it is the boys. You've tricked me. It's the boys for sure. Man from Rehoboth, look at him go. It's the boys under 13 Division 1. I thought we'd only had one of the boys. There we go. And look at the margin. What a powerful young boy. That's a 12-year-old boy. I'm interested to see what he'll look like when he's full grown. So the young man from Rehoboth absolutely blitzed that under 13 Division 1. His name's Samuel Owod. Owodi, probably.
I can give you the scoreboard.
Yes. Right, let's go have a quick look at the scoreboard for Samuel. Very nicely done, young man. Big, powerful young fella he is. I'll tell you what, he'd be pretty clever at a number of different things. Going to have a quick look at the scoreboard. Mother Teresa, people will be surprised. We're seeing the races. Mother Teresa getting a share of the bits and pieces. But people forget that 5 of the events, that the athletes have 6 running events and 5 field events. So in the field events, Mother Teresa must be doing very well. They're doing quite well on the track, but they are comfortably ahead. We've got 26 points on Living Waters, just 3 points further back to Rehoboth, 2 points further back to Peter Carnley. So when you look at it, between third and second, so fourth and second, 5 points. And don't forget there are 6 other trophies. So a further 12 back to St George, another 7 to St Joseph's, 12 to Tranby, and then another few to Foundation. So Mother Teresa, they won everything last year. They said they'd come to do it again. I underestimated you, Mother Teresa. I do apologise. If a lady can make a worldwide organisation of charity off $1, she can do running. Right, in this event we will have, I do believe, Rebecca Fraser from Rehoboth, and she's one of our multi-class athletes. I'll tell you more about Rebecca in a moment. Rebecca's in the very outside lane, lane 9. Rebecca doing very nicely. Actually, the runner's doing quite nicely in the middle of the field. It's going to be 2 Rehoboths. Rehoboth in the multi-class, but almost a blanket finish here. Anyone can take this. Rehoboth is in front, and the others coming. A Foundation trying to close. Rehoboth just holding them off. It looked like they were in slow motion out there. Must be a bit of a headwind, I think. Young lady crossing the line now. Big cheer, please, for Rebecca Fraser. Rebecca Fraser is one of our multi-class athletes. Now, ACC, when I say our, I often talk about the ACC in the first person. I'm actually not a part of the ACC. I'm just a huge fan. And also, they give me some work, get me out of the old folks' home. But the multi-class classification, we have youngsters starting here, and I'll cast your mind back to Rebecca. Rebecca, about 10 years ago, this little girl from Mater Dei was a multi-class competitor, and she slowly but surely kept improving, and she's just won medals at the Commonwealth Games recently. She's got 2 Commonwealth medals and made a couple of finals at the Olympics in the para sport. So Rebecca, set your goals nice and high, and thanks for competing today. Rebecca in lane 9 there, Rebecca Fraser. Good on you, Beck. In the boys open we'll have another competitor, that's Ryan Peake. Now Rebecca, 13-year-old superstar, who absolutely loves any type of sport. She is classified as a deaf athlete with a severe hearing in both ears. She's competed earlier this year in the ACC swimming, getting great results. Of all her sports, swimming is her favourite. She trains 3 times a week and hopes to compete and do well at the Nationals later this year. She has an amazing attitude, getting involved with everything, has an enthusiastic go with it. She's adamant on not letting her impairment control what she can and can't do. Rebecca, they speak very highly of you. Rebecca's also done the long jump earlier today. Well, I think that's the extent of her competition on this carnival. So coming around the bend, the girls under 14 Division 1. On the very inside, Peter Carnley striding out very nicely. She's going to comfortably take this. Girl from Rehoboth made to put the head forward a little bit. Can't be breathing comfortably with the head back that far. Peter Carnley first, Rehoboth second, and I do have the capacity to actually let you know who they are. So girls under 14, Division 2. There we are. So Rehoboth, that would have been Jade Libab in from Rehoboth. So Ziva Faulkner was from Peter Carnley over in lane 1. So great run from Ziva. Last time I saw Ziva, she was on NCIS. I think it was a different Ziva though. There we go, boys. Second division, 200. Once again, a big, powerful boy in the mighty red in the middle. Big, strong fella he is. No, Thunder coming at him. St George is trying to cut him back. I don't think he'll get there. A bit of a parallax here on the camera angle, so it's going to be Rehoboth comfortably through to the line first. Next time St George, then Living Waters and the Tranby competitor as a young bloke from who hit the ground. Was it the Living Waters boy, was it? I was just thinking the other day, one of the very few transferable skills from my time as an army officer is the, oh no, it was the boy from Foundation. Most of the things I did in my army training, the one thing I learned was when you fall, hit and roll, don't skid. Oh, it's on our multi-class athletes, probably one of the most outstanding people we've met as a personality. It's the wonderful Madison Heddy. Madison's on a television ad on at the moment. Her mother comes on, and Mrs. Heddy, blonde lady, and she says, "I'm the full-time carer for my daughter, Maddie." And Maddie's in that, and she spoke at the big presentation last year of ACC's history. And she absolutely stole the show. Madison Heddy, you'll hear a lot more about her. She's a real mover and shaker. A young lady with cerebral palsy, but what an amazing mind. Well, we go. Division 1 of the boys this time. Oh, big move on the man in the blue, and that light blue would be, it's not a Tranby blue. It's a Mother Teresa blue. Well, Tranby's there, though. Mother Teresa and Tranby. I wouldn't have a feeling, oh, here he goes, powering to the line. Not the boy that did the 15, is it? Mother Teresa first, Tranby not far behind. Rehoboth gets third, and fourth was Peter Carnley. So 5 multi-class athletes today, slowly but surely, people picking up on the vibes of role models like Rhiannon Clark. So Rhiannon at the Olympics, I never saw anyone get a what we call the short straw. At the Olympics, Rhiannon made the final of the 400 metres and I think the 2, but in the 400 metres, the track was partially covered by a roof. So lanes 5, 6, 7 and 8 were on a perfectly dry track. Rhiannon was in lane 1 or 2 and was running ankle deep in water. So still finished well, but outside the medals. So Rhiannon Clark from Marta Day has come through the multi-class program here at the ACC. Now the para-athletes need to record official times before that's how they get their qualifications. A big chance for them here. So a great way to be introduced to para sport is via the multi-class competition in the ACC. Away we go, girls under 15, Division 2 at the moment. The move is from St Joseph's Albany again. The senior girls from down there doing very well. Oh, might not have it all their own way. Coming through St George, long striding St George competitor. St Joseph's tying up outside. Living Waters has come through. Living Waters timed her run very nicely. Living Waters, St George, and then Albany and not Tranby, Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa have done the old trick. They've got their old singlets and their new singlets all mixed up. And now the commentators all mixed up. So yes, the Mother Teresa sky blue uniform. Oh, hang on. It's not that different. I think it's just this. Yeah, it's a little bit lighter than the other one with a different pattern on it. I'm sure that I can get there, and hopefully the people at home have got a nice clear vision on their screens. How many have you got on the screen today?
405.
405, going for a personal best, people. We had 480 on Friday, didn't we? Yeah. Okay. Ring up your friends. Let's see if we can set a personal best. Girls under 15, Division 1. Oh, here she comes, a lady from St Joseph's in Albany. And she is up and away, powering through. What a good athlete she is. In fact, interestingly, running very towards the outside of her lane. I guess that reduces the amount of acceleration required. Living Waters again doing well, but it's all St Joseph's Albany. Imagine sitting on a bus for 5 hours one day, trying to run a 200 like that the next day. Well done, both those schools. And, well, go to my little sheet here. Every now and then I can find the actual names. Girls under 15, Division 1. That's Demi Burns. So Demi Burns blitzing the girls 200 metres Division 1 under 15.
The scoreboard hasn't changed.
Right, away we go. It's the boys in the under-15 Division 2 now in the middle of the field again. St Joseph's Albany. The Albany kid's doing well. He's a big fella. He might try to... He's going to hold them off, I think. He's powering home. I tell you what, with that sort of speed and that build, he'd be a great shot putter. So well done. St Joseph's first through, St George second, and then the boy from Rehoboth. Getting a new update on the scoreboard, which we'll have a bit of a glance at when we get a gap. We could even have a look now, couldn't we? Hard walking scoreboard, just changing the numbers as we speak. Oh, I'll tell you what, the young bloke from Foundation slowed down as he got to the line and very nearly was passed. My coach said to me, draw a line about 5 metres past the finish line. That's your finish line. You cross the line going as fast as you can, because if you're stopping at the line, you're slowing down coming up to it. So on the scoreboard, we'll go back to the start, are we? I'll hold off till the start of the next race. Yeah, that's right.
And I just want to check the times.
Yep, you can have that.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
I've given out all the other ones. The boys under 15 Division 1 with the microphone on this time. So let's see how they... Once again, St Joseph's in Albany. Oh, the Albany kid's doing very nicely. Won't get it all his own way. Rehoboth trying to come through. Peter Carnley moving up. But St Joseph's Albany once again with a backward lean of the head. But he's going to power through the line. St Joseph's, Rehoboth, St George just ahead of Peter Carnley. So look out. People from Albany have come to play. They've come to play. We're sort of just waiting for the 200s. This means they'll have some good 100s, some good 400s. So look out for the kids from the bush. The boys and the girls from the bush are back in town.
Under 19 girls now. Coming to the end of the
Oh, goodness, almost out of 200s. I better mention those other events more enthusiastically. So, folks, following the 200s, we go straight to the 100s and the 800s. Now, I know that a lot of 200-metre runners will be choosing between those two. So, marshalling, please, for the 800 metres and also the 100 metres is just the 4 more 200-metre races. Then we need to be beginning those others. The 100 metres under 13-14, the 800 metres under 13-14. Hand you over to the starter. Now these races here. Well, we go. Girls under 19 Division 2. Good moving on the outside is from Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa girl comfortably in the lead, striding out very nicely. Big high arm action. All of the action is good and it's very quick. So Mother Teresa comfortably into the lead with this one. Next time will be Tranby. They're just ahead of St Joseph's. So St Joseph's picking up some good points. Rehoboth crosses the line now. So just looking across to the scoreboard there, if we can sneak that in. Okay, so Mother Teresa on top of the rankings, and if we can get sadly I can actually see them. Oh, tell you what, there's been a move. Rehoboth. Look at Rehoboth. They were how many behind, and now they are 9 points behind. Mother Teresa only 9 points ahead of Rehoboth. So some action at the station, and not far back from there, 11 points to Living Water. So our top three contenders very much neck and neck.
The camera on the back, because the guy in the pink vest is telling them something. Here we go again on the mark. Lane 6 actually. Lane 6 is his right. Set.
Sarik Bonga's here from Rehoboth this time. I don't know if her big sister ran the previous one. Yeah, Kayla did. So the two girls, Sarik, the year 10 one, is running this one from Rehoboth, but the girl from Mother Teresa is the speedster. So let's check that up. That's Sky Byron. And look at, talking about the speed, look at that beautiful technique. How relaxed does she look? Very much the story of the duck. Above the water you don't see anything, below the water it's all happening. But in this case, what a very fine 200 metre run by that young lady. Totally relaxed, just cruising. So Sky, I love your running technique. Speaking of women's 200s, Raylene Boyle, people probably don't realise, she used to spend a lot of time over here in the West. In fact, she was engaged to a schoolmate of mine, John Sheridan. And I think it was the Munich Olympics. Raylene was a notoriously good starter. And in fact, history shows us that Raylene was never beaten in a sprint race by anyone that wasn't found to be on pharmaceutical assistance, I think is the phrase we use. But in Munich, she started beautifully. The electronic timer said it was legal, but she started so well that the manual timekeeper had her disqualified. When they watched the video back, she hadn't broken at all. She was just so quick out of the blocks. The wonderful Raylene Boyle, another one of these people that spent a whole athletic career without any financial reward whatsoever. When she got breast cancer later in life, she was a gardener working for the Brisbane Shire Council, looked after one of their municipal parks. And when she had to go in for operation, the locals all came in and did the gardening for her. She auctioned all her Olympic medals to try and pay for her treatment. And they were bought by the Shell Oil Company, who then gave them back to her. Only years later I found out that the chief executive of Shell Oil Australia was Herb Elliott. So Raylene Boyle, wonderful Australian track and field, won a medal as a young teenager at Mexico and kept running on. Time for the next race. Raylene, one of the first people ever to qualify for 4 Olympics in track and field. Some people here might qualify for the Olympics the way they're going. Man is from Rehoboth in the red. Do red ones go faster? St. Teresa, Mother Teresa's alongside him. Coming through strongly. Tranby coming through. Rehoboth still in the lead. I don't think they're going to catch him. It's going to be Rehoboth first to the line. Tranby coming up for second, or will he be? Yes, Tranby second. Mother Teresa, Peter Carnley, and then the rest of the field. So good running by those competitors. And my Raylene Boyle story, one of the things about her that really impressed me, she left school in year 10 and moved out of home and dedicated her life to athletics. But when the Moscow Olympics came up, she qualified and was chosen, but said that she didn't want to compete in a country that invaded other countries, because the USSR had just invaded Afghanistan, and everybody said, "What's Afghanistan? Who cares? We'll never be involved." Raylene Boyle, you were a prophet in your own lunchbox. So, wonderful lady. As I say, everything she did. I think the very memorable, and Lynn was there, of course, Lynn Foreman at Brisbane Commonwealth Games would have seen Raylene take out the 400 metres, and it was a very special moment. Another of Australia's famous athletes. I've still got my Shirley Strickland story up my sleeve. Right, you are seated in the Shirley Strickland Memorial Stand, and speaking of fantastic female athletes, I did tell you that we've won more medals. Ladies have won more medals. In fact, the first time the women had an 800 was 1928, but that came and went. Next time they went out of just the 4 running races was the 400 metres at Tokyo, where Betty Cuthbert picked up her 4th Olympic gold medal. And in 1960, we had the first ever 800 metres, and a West Australian girl, Dixie Willis, was the world record holder. And Herb Elliott was the world record holder for the men's 1500. Dixie was taken unwell. Unfortunately, didn't get her gold medal, but Herb Elliott did. So women slowly but surely getting equity in the event. In fact, at the recent Commonwealth Games, the women had one more event, one more sport than the men, because they had the netball. So one more medal went to the women than to the men. In the middle of the field, it's a man from Rehoboth again, powering home. He's comfortably in the lead. I'll look up his name once I finish watching the race. Although, big finish from the boy from... This is the young man who had the fall in the hurdles. He's recovered obviously fairly well, because he's come home for second place in the last of our 200 metre races of the day. Folks, I'm looking across to the marshalling tent. We've got some 800 metre runners. Not bad, need a few more. How's the 100 metres looking? Got some very good sports coordinators here today. How organised are they? Right, let's put some names and numbers to these boys in the open. That's Jaden Moss from Rehoboth that's come whizzing home there. Hervik de Clarador from St. Joseph's was the man that had the fall in the hurdles and bounced up. So some good point scoring there from St. Joseph's. And as I said, there's been a bit of a move at the station with the other scores. I just got a call over the two-way. Boys under 15 high jump don't appear to be arriving. So boys under 15 high jump, we do need some starters for the boys. Under 15 high jump for the boys. All right, just as we prepare for these 800s and 100s, I'll quickly slip in my Shirley Strickland story. As you've guessed, I'm very old. To give you some idea of my age, Perry Lakes was not built at my first inter-school sports. And the distances I ran right up until I was in year 12 were in yards, the mile and the 880 yards, and 120 yards hurdles. So put it in context, but a dear friend of mine had the great privilege and honour of working with Shirley Strickland. When I was appointed the foundation coach for Little Athletics, now that's not foundation school, that's the first ever Little Athletics club. Robin Johnson invited me to join him and we set up Little Athletics in Western Australia. Shirley was quick to put her hand up and used to come and help me with the coaching seminars. And I said I'd take a little bit of credit for Albany because I did their first ever Little Athletics coaching seminar. I drove down and had a day with the mums and dads. But Shirley has won 7 Olympic medals, and that's more than any other woman. At one stage someone went past her and then they realised that she was competing not for her country but for a pharmaceutical company. So Shirley's got 7, Usain Bolt's got 9, so we're talking, in fact I was reading Ron Clark's book and he lists her as one of the top 5 women athletes of all time. Shirley didn't go to the Olympics until she was 24. That was the Olympics in London. When I say she won 7 medals, she was given 4th place in the 200. And when they re-digitised the film, they realised she'd actually come 2nd. So she should have 8. And I'm going to pause as the girls come out for their 800. I'll keep going till they're set. Don't. Okay, so the first of the 800s, again, they are running in two age groups, or sorry, 2 divisions together under 13 Division 1 and 2. Now they remain in their lanes. I've got to cast my mind back to a couple of days ago. One of the boys didn't realise and went cutting in front of somebody else and got a hip and shoulder. Remain in their lanes until they get to the far side. You'll see a bright high-vis vest and a little bit of a black line across the track. They're little witches' hats. At that stage, the competitors are entitled to leave their lane. And my advice to the competitors again, don't cut straight in. If you're in lane 8, just draw a line tangential to the beginning of the 200-metre bend and run a straight line to there. And that way you don't have as much trouble coming in and you only run one side of the triangle. Right, ready for the start of the girls' 800 under 13. So away they go. Just keep an eye on the 100 for me. They'll be coming up shortly. Right, so now here's this young lady from St George. We saw her run so beautifully in the 15. As I said, I was sure that she was saving a bit, thinking I've got an 800 later and she'll have a 400. Not getting it all her own way. Someone on her shoulder, possibly Mother Teresa. Check that as they come around with 1 lap to go. The other medal that Shirley was sadly taken away from her, the 1952 Olympics, the Australian girls held the world record for the 4x100, led into the straight, and the girl running the last leg had a huge arm action, and she swung her arm back, hit the incoming runner, and knocked the baton out of her hand. So Shirley should have had 9 Olympic track medals, and she's got 7. And when she finished her athletic career as an athlete, she spent the rest of her life as an official and a coach. I can remember being out in the stinking hot sun on Saturday afternoons when we used to have our athletics, and there's this legend of athletics standing out there with a big white hat on, acting as an official all day Saturday, coached right up until the time of her untimely death. So the wonderful Shirley Strickland, we've named our stand after her, and justifiably so. Now behind the stand is the Herb Elliott Boulevard, or Crescent, whatever the street's called. Herb Elliott, another fine Australian who began his athletic career in the ACC. How's that? Herb Elliott, the man who in 2000 was voted the greatest 1,500-metre mile runner of the 20th century, was an ACC boy. He represented Trinity College, it was in the ACC. He changed schools later, went off to Aquinas, but started his career in the ACC. Now the girls not getting it all her own way this time, our youngster from St George. So I'll get down to my information sheet. The girls under 13. Division 1, it's Leah Waters. Her sister Ava is in the open division. So Leah, I said not getting it all her own way. She said, yes, I am. Watch me take off. So Mother Teresa in second place. Take a big ask from here because I know that Leah's got a little bit up her sleeve. Mother Teresa having a bit of a dig, but won't get there. So the big 800, 1500 double for Leah Waters from St George. Well done. And once again, both runners looking very comfortable. Big sprint finish. Rehoboth coming through. And the good news for Mother Teresa is they'll win the second division. So some good points there. Rehoboth, Mother Teresa, and the competitor from Living Waters, the Lutheran College down on the coast. Once applied for a relief teaching job there at Living Waters. I should have told them that Len Vlahov would give me a reference. Two Tranby competitors, so some good second division points for Tranby as well. All big finish from Foundation, just not quite enough.
One is live. This is the under 13 girls Division 2 100 meters.
Right. That's a false start, girls. And thank goodness it wasn't my fault. Okay. Oh dear. I must have, Mike and I have a bit of a challenge here. I've got to try and keep looking over the top of the monitors here to make sure I don't talk over the start. And he tries to get them away without me distracting them. But we're doing well today, Michael. Oh, I hope we are. Right, this time they're away legally, moving down the track. Peter Carnley doing nicely. So is Mother Teresa, but on the very inside it's St Joseph's. St Joseph's is going to get there. The kids from Albany grabbing the points. St Joseph's, Mother Teresa. Rehoboth's come up for third, and then it will be the youngster in the middle of the field. So they're away. Division 1. Say those words very quietly, Mark. And the leader is from Mother Teresa, powering out. Rehoboth up in the second. John. So, someone's just overdone the balance there. But Mother. Oh, I tell you what. I do believe the youngster from Albany has stolen second place. I'm going to go and check. What a great finish. Once again, that little dip on the line. The upper torso crosses the line first. You get the points, kiddo. And once again, now, I'm taking a stat. That's actually, I'm guessing that is Foundation. So they're the only ones with any maroon in there. I was about to say St George because of all the white, but I think that's a Foundation competitor. Although we got, anyway, stab in the dark. It's a good way to keep me on my toes and keep me humble. Keep changing your uniforms. I'm going to go and see who got second and third in that 100. All right, so as I say, probably the boy from Foundation out in the lead, and I would imagine that David Kennedy plays a good part. David, the 24-hour, last time I saw him, I think he's the Australian record holder for 24 hours. Ed support teacher, lovely man. The big fella powering into the straight. He's going to have it all. A good fight for finish. Living Waters. And a young man from Living Waters, who let him have too much of a start and won't catch it from there, but a big strong finish from that young man. Can't contain their enthusiasm. First to the line, Foundation. Living Waters second. Little tacker from Albany is going to grab third place. Then it's Rehoboth. Living Waters is going to, I'll tell you what, Foundation is going to win the second division as well. So good points for Foundation. And speaking of Foundation, man powering down the lane here's from Foundation as well, and he's taken this one out. Snuck up on me. I would have been talking over the top of that, so I'm in trouble again, Michael. Away from my post, so I do apologise. They would have been getting commentary on top of the 100. Big finish from Rehoboth and St George.
The starter's been told not to.
There we go, girls under 14, 800 metres on the track, also the 100 down the other end, so let's keep an eye on them. All right, again, St George Grammar out in the lead. And all right, the 100 snuck away while I was checking on my... Here's the big fella that won the 200. He's powering home again, not getting it all his own way. The man from Peter Carnley chasing him down, won't get there. First Rehoboth, Peter Carnley second. I think St George is on the outside, just narrowly ahead of the youngster from St Joseph's in Albany. Let's watch the slow motion replay here for you. Big fella powering down there. He's got through. Then it's them. St George is in third and in fourth place to St Joseph's in Albany.
Yep, stand by. 1 and 1.
Boys under 13. Girls under. All right, so the girls under 14, 800 on the track. And the leader is going to be from Peter Carnley. So check up the Peter Carnley number for Division 1. Peter Carnley is Hayley Roach. So there's a new names from the 1500. Haley striding out very nicely. So Haley takes out the under 14 800 with St George in second place, and the St George competitor is Asher Freeman. Remember Asher earlier, I gave the mention of the popular athletic name of Freeman. Away we go, speaking of the 100. Oh, a bit of a blanket, but I'll tell you, Peter Carnley doing very nicely there. The Peter Carnley girl wearing the traditional outfit there. Well, powering to the line. Well run. That's a very fine run. So from Peter Carnley in the 100 for the girls under 14 Division 2.
Yes. Oh, let's just take
That's the boys. That's no good to us.
I don't have the logo yet. Okay. Stand by 1 and 1.
All right. Sorry, don't have the names for that event. We have wonderful early in the week. We did have a bunch of girls wearing traditional Islamic costume as our 800 metre runners head out. That was from the Alameen Islamic School who've joined the competition. So the girls there all in traditional dress. The ladies are away again. The last time was Peter Carnley in the lead in the second division. I think they're going to have a little bit of deja run. And it's going to be Peter Carnley again. The girl with the very backward lean in from Rehoboth will be second. So Peter Carnley first, Rehoboth, and then just inside them,
Stand by. Replace up. Let's take the 800 if you come down.
possibly Mother Teresa.
Stand by 1 and 1.
Oh, you will remember these Mother Teresa boys from earlier in the day in the 1500. I recognise the man in the lead.
Just makes it easier on the
The boys 800 metres under.
and the boys are coming down for the 100 meters.
I was saying Mother Teresa about their track events, and I forgot these fellows had done so well. So nicely set up for a win in Division 1 and 2. Looking down to the starter for the 100. I'll get a bit of quiet for you. All right, well done, Mr. Starter. We won't be overlapping the finish of the two races. Big man in the red again. Do red ones go faster? Well, in this case, they certainly do. The boy from Rehoboth powering on ahead. Big finish from St George, and over on the outside here, Tranby will take third. Coming into the straight, the two boys, well, one boy from Mother Teresa. Now, this is a bit of a repeat of the finish of the 1500. Boy from Rehoboth. Showing some signs of having put in a big effort. He's going to try to get there. I'm not sure he will. He looks over his shoulder. Just a quick glance. Well done, Mother Teresa and Rehoboth coming through first and second in that one. Now St George will get second in the third in that, but they'll win the second division. So Mother Teresa second in the second division, but good points for them. Big finish from the boy from Foundation. Once again, I love the enthusiasm of these youngsters as they try to just steal every possible point they can, squeezing it out of the system. Another one of our drother runners there. Now the young man here from St Joseph's, I would not find myself mistaking him for anybody else. He's had a couple of runs already. Here he goes now in the 800. All right, I must admit this is the time of the day when between the two of us with runners coming left and right and centre, we lose track of what event we're up to, so we apologise. Okay. Right. People on the start of the 100 and the 800, just waiting for them to decide which one will happen first. Father Christmas glasses. I'm trying to remember the name of those little girls from bloody up in the open, probably. Where are they? The twins.
Stand by for 100-meter start. They're off.
Right, the boys are away. This time Mother Teresa in the middle. He's powering home. I've seen him before today. He's running very nicely. He's going to take this one out. A little bit more stride length there if you speak to your coach. So he's going to be first across the line with Tranby in second place and Reboth in third.
Yeah, hold it short here and then you can zoom in. Start wide and then zoom in.
Girls 100 metres heading down the track. We've snuck that one in very quickly. Living Waters powering through the middle of the field. Oh, look, strong arm actions. Oh, beautiful, strong runner, in fact, all over. So Living Waters blitzes that. Tranby second. Third is across the far side. I think it is the girl from Albany, it is. So the Albany senior girl's doing nicely. That's picking up points here, hither and thither. Okay, as I say, I do apologise to the viewers particularly. We're trying to keep the bits and pieces up to date between running the video and the audio and looking up results and names and what have you. Very confusing, especially during the 800-100 combination. So I do believe this is Division 1 of the Girls Open, but we'll find out in a moment. We're all tossing up. I reckon there's only 2 more heats in the marshalling tent and they're both boys. we're looking at the athletes and trying to work out how old they are. I remember when Alex Brown ran the under 13 200 metres, he looked like he was about 22. So, ladies heading out, it's Peter Carnley doing very nicely on the very inside lane of the 800, I believe. That will, wait till they settle down and come into the straight and get a bit better view. So, keeping an eye on the starter for the 100. He's not quite up on the stand yet, so, but I will pause in the commentary, give him a chance to get set to send off Division 1 of what I believe would be the girls under 19 100 metres. Right, leading into the straight, it's Living Waters just ahead of Mother Teresa. St George's in the white. One of the Kennedy girls in, I do believe. Have a quick look at my cheat sheet. Isabella. Right, Sophie. So moving into the back straight with the two people out in the front. Sophie Kennedy, I do believe it is. It's in third place, and she's just running her race to plan. That's how you run your best time, just nice and evenly. Not sure if she's going to have enough adrenaline in the tank to catch the leaders. Well, Living Waters in the lead. Mother Teresa in second. Foundation in third. So a bit of excitement coming into the finishing straight here as the two girls head down here to try and get the points. Living Waters has heard the pitter-patter of tiny feet, the footstep syndrome, and she will power on to take this one out. So well done, Living Waters. Let me find out your name. From Living Waters, it should be Kaylee Davey. And the two girls from St George's powering through for bragging rights. Good news for the St George's team is that I do believe that will very comfortably give them the win in second place, but a little bit of team running there. And the starter was away, so we timed that one well, Michael. In the middle of this one, Living Waters just took out the 800. Now they're coming down here to try and take out the 100, but St Joseph's on the inside. It's St Joseph's, the kids from Albany, right across the line. Comfortable victory. Pencil in St Joseph's Albany for the girls under 19 relay, because with that young lady in the mix, they're going to do very nicely. Thank you very much. So St Joseph's and Mother Teresa, I think Reboth. I'll just have missed the replay. Just the two more 100 metre races, and might be three more 800 metre races. And then I'm reticent. Oh, there we go. So it was Reboth in third. Thank you. So St Joseph's, Living Waters and Rehoboth. Now, as I say, I'm reticent to announce that the next event on the track is the 400 metres, and we've got people running at 800 now who are going to have to turn up and run that as well. Never cease to be amazed with the output of these young athletes. In a 3-hour period, they'll do multiple events. Wonderful to see. The 100 is the boys under 15. I thought we were up to the under 19s. Oh, how easily confused I am. It gets worse with age. And they're away. Let's have a bit of a look. Boy on the very inside, it's the little speedster from St Joseph's Albany. Crashed in the hurdles, got up and went on. Had a great 200. Now he's taken out Division 2 of the 100. Next one across the line behind him looks like it's a boy from Rehoboth or maybe St George. Little bit of a well, Peter Carnley finishing strongly. What's the dip on the line? Tell you what, Peter Carnley may well have snuck up into second place. Very tight for second, third and fourth. I'll let the photo judges sort that out. Just a reminder, immediately following the 8s and the 1s, we have the 400 metres. Away we go. My guess is this is the boys under 800 metres. Now this is one where we had the twins, was it, last time? The two boys, the two brothers. Let's have a bit of a look. Wait till they settle down. Maybe they are only running the 15. Let's have a quick look, boys. Or did they run down to 14? That's right. So girls under 15. I don't think we've got. The man from Rehoboth leading the boy from St Joseph's Albany, but Rehoboth looking very comfortable in the second division. They'll be well and truly up amongst that. So looking forward to the start of the next 100 metre race. A bit of excitement in the 800 on the far bend there. Once again, St Joseph's getting good service out of Oliver Pass, and he's had a great 15. I think he ran a 2 as well, and he's making a beautiful 800 here. Oliver Pass from St Joseph's in Albany takes out the 800. Good mate on the 100. Away we go, boys under 15, Division 1 of their 100 metres, I'm guessing. All over the far side, the two of them locked together, St Joseph's and Rehoboth. St Joseph's is going to get there, St Joseph's, Rehoboth, and then the boy from St George's Grammar School in the middle of the central city of Perth. So, just unbelievable. These kids from Albany. Imagine sitting on a bus all the way from Albany, sleeping on a gymnasium floor somewhere, coming out and putting up the goods as they are. So, especially that youngster in the 800 metres. Young Oliver Pass. Okay, so my estimation is that we have just the under 19 boys and girls 100s and the under 19 boys and girls 800s to go before the 400 metres. Right, Division 2 girls under 19 100 metres. Not much in it, but what a tidy technique we have from the girl from Mother Teresa. Doesn't she run beautifully? Mother Teresa blitzes it once again. Wouldn't you love to have her at the last leg of your relay? And she's only the second division. So let's get to my information sheet here.
Stand by 1 and 1.
That's Holly Ann Buchan was that particular runner, if my information is correct. And I say the schools fill in their competitors and send them off, and they may change in interim, but I think that was the aforementioned young lady, young Holly Ann. This time they're heading out onto the track. Once again, if you like your athletics, Alex Griffin, Alexandra or Ali, is the lady in the white of St George, and a very fine, saw a wonderful 1500 from her. Just ran within herself, blitzed the field, comfortably home, doing the same in the 800, striding out beautifully. If you want to know how to run 800 metres, the technique of the arms and legs, just take a video of Ellie. Once again, I would invite you, if you're a fan of athletics, keep in mind today Ellie's running for St George. Next time you see her, she may be running for Western Australia. And all things being equal, don't eliminate the fact she might be running for Australia one time when you see her. Give her some encouragement as she goes past. Certainly a little burst of applause on the finishing straight wouldn't go amiss either. These kids train hard all year. This is their day in the sun. Let's let them know that we appreciate their efforts in all their training as well as on the track. And once again, just have a quick look. Alexandra Griffin, with about 130 metres to go, has a lead of around 80 metres, 60 to 80 metres. Once again, people, let's show this young lady we appreciate her performance. And that performance is based on an awful lot of hard training. So well done, Alexandra Griffin. Well done, congratulations. Spare a thought for the youngster from Mother Teresa. But for Alexandra, she would be winning the race by 50 metres as well. So well done, Mother Teresa. And do you know who that is? I'll tell you who it is. One of the twins. Okay, so let's head down here as we see the young lady striding out beautifully once again. We saw a great Division 2, and so you would expect a wonderful Division 1. And with those two runners in your open relay for girls, Mother Teresa, the relays are looking very, very good. So the girls under 19 100, Division 2. Was Holly Ann. And in Division 1 was Sky Bowen. We've seen Sky have a couple of victories today, so what a wonderful augurs well for your relay, I'll tell you that right now. Okay, so just the two 100 metre races to go, and one of the 800s, then the 400s. So 400 metre runners, let's see you marshalling, please. Now, this is
Under 19 give to stand by.
here he is. Right, young man having his first hit out in the multi-class. Nathaniel Volkmer, he's from, what school are you from, Nathaniel? He's from Foundation, and he's having his first ever run. So the boys out on the track here, the red ones are going faster again, so it's going to be Rehoboth first, then Tranby. Very tight for second. I'll give the second place to St. George's, I think. Now, Nathaniel coming down the track. Come on, Nathaniel. This is his first ever. Here he goes. The young man powering down the finish. He's bringing a spare pair of shoes with him. I'm not sure where that goes. Nathaniel, and the time. Well done, Nathaniel. Good boy. One of the boy from Mother Teresa didn't have his shoes on. So Nathaniel achieving two things. His first ever event. This is a little bit about Nathaniel. It's his first time competing in the ACC Athletics. He loves having a go at all sorts of things. He had a go at the shot put and the 100 today. So welcome to our multi-class events, Nathaniel. Looking forward to hopefully seeing a bit more of you. I'm hoping that you're not in year 12. We get to see you again. 800 open off on the boys with one more division of the 100. Here go the big fellas on the 800 metres. So a little bit of action. Remember, the 1500, the big tall fella from Rehoboth was relegated to second place, but this is a little bit shorter, so that big long stride of his may augur well. So it looks like we've got St Joseph's, we have Living Waters and Rehoboth. One lap to go in their race with a 100 Division 1 down on the mark. Keep an eye on the starter. Young man from Living Waters going through a bit of discomfort. We did have a pulled muscle yesterday, very sadly, with Jack Whitelaw. So as predicted, the boy from Rehoboth is a very capable 800 metre runner, a little bit more so than in his 15. Don't write off anyone from St Joseph's. So Rehoboth reversing the order from the 1500. I thought he was a little bit more of the sprinter action. I'll tell you what, I bet this bloke's going to run a very good 400 in a little while. So that's the boy from Rehoboth, takes out the 800 Division 1. Hundreds away. Ethan Douglas was the boy that won the 800, just waiting for that race to get away. And while Rehoboth is basking in his glory, another Rehoboth runner powering down the run, and he's going to take out the 100 Division 1. So he'll be just ahead of the lad from St. Joseph's, Albany. 100 metres, boys, open. Hang on. No, it wasn't. The boys 800 metres, I've got that totally wrong, I apologise. Yeah, Ethan Douglas, I was right. And the boys 100, it was Jaden Moss. So Ethan and Jaden from Rehoboth putting a couple of big scores on the board before we move across to the 400 metre races. Now this stage we might be able to flash down to the scoreboard.
Go to position 6. And then once it's gone to 6, I'll take it. Then yep, okay, stand by 2 on 2. And let's see the scoreboard.
Okay, so for the people that are at home, we'll show you the scoreboard, but I will read it for you as well. Mother Teresa, this is from quite some time ago, but they have a 19-point buffer. They were well out earlier in the day, but there's a bit of a move at the station. So Rehoboth, and they've just had some more wins, Rehoboth, so watch out, Mother Teresa. The ones in red may or may not go faster than Mother Teresa. A bit of a gap then, we've got, count the figures up, about 33 points back to Living Waters, just 18 then to Peter Carnley, a further 9 back to St. Joseph's down in Albany, 18 points to St. George, and then a little bit of a gap to Foundation and Tranby, a couple of our smaller schools. But very interesting scoreboard. 400 metre runners get ready. I'm just going to wander off and have a little break in the announcing, much to your pleasure, I imagine. And I'm speaking, we've got some new scores going up on the scoreboard. But in the interim, I'll just make mention, I've been a little remiss today, I have not been mentioning our cafeteria. It's on the mezzanine floor at the rear of the fantastic Shirley Strickland stand. And I've still got some more Shirley Strickland facts for you. While I say that, the event after this one is the relay. So during the 400 metres, if you're an official for the relays, just find your way out onto the infield, just short of the finishing line with the pink and white little circus top there. Marshalling for the relay officials. So looking here, not too much has changed. I think that's 726. So it's just 30 points between first and second. I tell a lie, it's 736. There you go, thanks mate. So we have 40 points, Mother Teresa, but the relays are worth double points, so they're starting to happen, folks. They really are. Look out, look out, look out, look out. And I have a feeling that St. Joseph's isn't here. I thought St. Joseph got 900 for a minute. So once again, I did mention the fact that the cafeteria is open on the mezzanine just behind the main Shirley Strickland stand. They got wonderful brewed coffee, got some hot food. I probably sold out by now, but I do apologise. I should have given them more calls earlier. That's why I'm talking about Shirley. The other side of Shirley that people don't realise is that she was a wonderful student. Shirley when she graduated from high school, which she did up in Northam, she went down to the university and lined up to study engineering, and the man said, "Excuse me, girlie, girls don't do engineering." Shirley Strickland said, "This one is." So he went away and came back and said, "You can't do it because there's no female toilets in engineering." So Shirley moved to the science line, sat in the science line, and they said, "You can't do science." She said, "I'm doing science whether you like it or not because they've got plenty of toilets." Shirley was the first graduate in science from University of Western Australia. So all you girls doing science and engineering now, keep in mind that Shirley set the bar for you. I taught with Shirley at Kent Street High School. She was a senior science teacher. She'd work all day teaching. Then the night time she trained on the only place where they had lights on the grass, and that was the median strip of Canning Highway. So Shirley's out there on the median strip of Canning Highway doing her training after a long day's work. And just a bit of a heads up, I get emotional during the 400 because I'm seeing these youngsters in a 3-hour period, some of them running 15, 8, 2 an hour 4. My event was a decathlon, and I must point out that there's a boy that was here on Friday who's got decathlon scores while he's at high school that are better than mine were. But decathlon, we do 10 events in 2 days, 8 o'clock Saturday morning till 6 o'clock Sunday night. You've got boys and girls out here who are doing almost that many in 3 hours. Decathlon's only got 4 running events, so these people are doing more than we did in 2 days. So for people that think decathletes are superhuman, have a look at these 12-year-olds on the track now, fronting up for 400 metres after a full days of athletics. I think this is fantastic, and I think you should be so proud of these athletes. Years ago, I was coaching a young lady, and she was only 14, and she wanted to run the 1 mile at the State Schoolgirls Championships, and the 1 mile was classified as open, and they wouldn't let her run because they said it's too far for a 14-year-old girl. And they wouldn't. I said open means it must be open, but we had a big argument, and I lost. one more lap in me. This is me doing my 400. All right. Here we go. Oh, they snuck off under the camera. Sorry, I missed that while I was getting my bit of grass. So, Mother Teresa coming home in the first of the 200s, running very nicely, getting leg really obviously. Rehoboth coming through next, and then it's the competitor from Peter Carnley. So I'm just filling in a bit of information.
So replay and replay is up. And coming to 2 legs. Yeah, sometimes when they're really competitive, lane 1 will be strung out way back straight.
I realise on the back of the wheel thing, isn't it?
Catch up. Not in that case. Stand by. 2 and 2. Camera 2 is live. Okay, he's ready to send them off. Stand by 1. Ready? Stand by 1 and 1.
So, Division 1 of the girls under 13 400 on the track. The early mover is in lane 2, that's Living Waters. She's already passed lane 3 and closing up. On the far outside of the field, the young lady from Rehoboth going very, very well. Thank you very much. The two of them both on the outside, that's Mother Teresa and Rehoboth. They haven't lost much of their stagger at all. So, coming around into the straight, the people on the inside, of course, got quite a significant advantage with that far bend, but I do believe it'll be the two people on the outside. Mother Teresa, they did well in the second division. Looks like they're going to do well in the first. They led into on the scoreboard at the moment at just the 40 points up their sleeve. So in they come. Mother Teresa in the lead. Young lady from Rehoboth has done a long, hard day's work and she's starting to feel it. But the youngster from Mother Teresa, very, very light on the feet. Wouldn't leave a footprint on a wet piece of paper, and she's going to win this very comfortably. That's a good little run. So well done, Mother Teresa first home, Rehoboth in second. Big finish, that'll be one of the, St George not quite, so in third place. Next one home, St Joseph's, then it's Living Waters, Peter Carnley Foundation and Tranby.
Stand by replay and replay. Up, replay is live. Coming back to 2. I think I just replayed the previous race, not that one. Coming back to 2 and 2 is live.
Oh, St George.
626 viewers.
Oh, new record.
Okay, starter has taken out his pistol, getting ready to send them off. Boys under 13, Division 2, 400 meters. Stand by 1.
Away we go, boys under 13 Division 2. A little bit of action on the inside lane. Rehoboth doing nicely on the outside, has already passed his runner. The other one's in about lane 3. Lane 3 would be Peter Carnley. Oh, yes, he's powering away, and I say that's lane 3 if it is. Pretty sure it is in the dark colour, in the dark navy blue. So, without any hesitation of a doubt, the point of first into the straight will be Peter Carnley, but on the outside, Rehoboth will be able to see him in their peripheral vision, so the two of them will be a bit of a challenge. Rehoboth found doing a very good last bend. Theoretically, Peter Carnley should have been coming through and going to the lead, but Rehoboth has maintained the rage, so the two of them will come into the head. Peter Carnley will lead. Rehoboth will have enough. He can look across and see the competition, and I think Rehoboth might be the one to do the damage, and he's going to do it. Run his own race out there in lane 8. You don't see anybody else, and you just keep running, and he's done that very, very nicely. Thank you very much. So well done to the young man from Rehoboth. Takes out the second division. Hard work. Peter Carnley did all the early running. Next one home will be St Joseph's, then St George. Across here to Mother Teresa. Inside Peter Carnley, Tranby, and then the young bloke from Living Waters.
Roll replay and replace.
Yep. Okay, so Division 2. That's James Matthews from Rehoboth. There's another victory on his little training book there.
Coming to
So away we go. Rehoboth striding out strongly again. This is the big strong fellow that won the 2 and the 1. He's a big boy, so it's all very fine being big and strong, but he has to move a few more kilojoules. I think newtons is the unit of work, isn't it? So, casting back to my physics teaching days, he certainly has done very well. He's on the outside. The inside lanes have their work cut out catching. We know he has a good turn of speed, but he's got to be getting tired. He's had a big day on the track. He's won the 1, the 2. I think he ran the hurdles as well. So he stepped up to the 4. He'll be first into the straight, but the inside runners can see him. He's got to be starting to get leg weary at the moment. Peter Carnley, the young man from the 8 and the 15, has come down, and he's going to come through and take this one. So turning the toe, Willie, hang on, it's not all over yet. Don't speak too soon. Big fella coming strongly. It will be Peter Carnley first, Rehoboth second, and then on the inside lane, the youngster from Foundation. Boys under 14 Division 1. Let me find my glasses. I've got them. So the winner on that one was
when you freeze at the line, just hold it.
hang on. So the event on the track, the girls under 14, 400 metres Division 2.
Using all 9 lanes. Ready, 1 and 1.
So let's see the progress as it happens on the track. Lane 3 again starting off very strongly. And lane 3 it's Peter Carnley. In fact, she's moving through the field and it'll be very difficult, in fact, from the position she's in now to see her doing anything but win. But just outside her, the runner from St George's can see her in the peripheral vision. What's going to happen on this run around the bend? Remembering Peter Carnley is in lane 3, St George is in 4. So Peter Carnley has a 1 lane advantage, and I'm fairly sure she's going to come into the straight first. So I'll dive through this great big pile of paper I have here. Should have a long shot of me digging through all the paper. Field events, field events, field events, long jump, high jump, long. Here it is, girls under 14 Division 2. Peter Carnley is Hayley Roach. And we mentioned Hayley in dispatches before today, and she is once again producing the goods. So Hayley, thank you very much on behalf of your school. Peter Carnley Anglican Community School, and a nice comfortable victory for Hayley. Well done, Hayley. St George's competitor, and I've gone to all the trouble to find them. That's Asher Freeman. Now I know I've mentioned Asher 2 or 3 times today, so once again Asher's been up amongst the leaders on more than one occasion, so well done to those 2 young ladies. Big day in the stadium, finishing off with a dreaded 400 metres. Right, where we go now with the girls under 14 Division 1 of their 400 metres, expecting big things possibly from Peter Carnley, and they've already established that little criteria. She's moving through. She's in lane 3 and has passed the runners in 4, 6, 7. On the very outside, the young lady in lane 7 is doing quite well. She's in the red. She's from Rehoboth. So lane 3, Peter Carnley in the navy blue and the red on the outside. They won't be far apart from one another. Also in the pecking order is the girl from St George in the white. Come into the straight. Let's just see who's still got some run left in the legs. Peter Carnley showing a few signs of wear and tear. She's getting tired, but he'll take some catching. The adrenaline cuts in about now. So as Peter Carnley moves into the straight, St George has moved up into second. Rehoboth running out of legs, but out in front it's a lady from Peter Carnley. So check my little sheet here. From Peter Carnley is Tilly Hazelhurst. Tilly, well done. And good finish from St George, but Tilly will take it out. The St George runner is Anouk Potter. Next one home will be from Mother Teresa, but on the inside foundation, then Rehoboth, Living Waters, and 2 of them to come, as you said, almost together. I think that one went to Tranby, just over the youngster from St Joseph's in Albany.
Apparently lunch has arrived, and I didn't get anything.
Right, so the 14 boys next on the agenda. Once again, just a reminder, the relay officials, as soon as you are free of your other duties, you'll probably have field events. But if you'd like to move to the pink and white tent circus top, hand over to the starter now. Boys under 14, let's see if there's any movement at the station. Early mover, St George has headed off nicely, so is the boy from Tranby. Tranby and St George have passed the runner out in the lane outside them, which would be lane 6. And St George is going very nicely. The man in red not doing too badly. Remember, St George's are in fact in 4, and the man in red, he's from lane 7. Mother Teresa is outside them, and I wouldn't write him off. I've seen some of these boys come home strongly. St George striding out very nicely, big long stride, loping stride. Man from Rehoboth and St George's will come in together with Mother Teresa not far behind them. So those two will come into the straight together. St George is slightly in the lead. Man from Rehoboth will have a look at him, see if he can keep up. The two of them pushing. St George, Rehoboth has changed down a gear. He's kicked up the tempo. He's going to get there. So Rehoboth will be first across the line. St George is comfortably in second. So Rehoboth, well done that man in the last 100. St George second. Mother Teresa as expected. Then it's the boy from Tranby over to the inside lanes for Living Waters. And two more to come. Peter Carnley and a young bloke from Albany, after a long day on the track, gets the points for his version of the 400 metres. So let's have a look at who they were. Go down to my little list with all the names amongst all this paperwork. That was Division 2. So the man from Rehoboth was Alex Gebrew. And the boy from St George was Cooper Grant.
Coming up to 2 and 2. Under 14 boys, Division 1.
All right, once again, a reminder, the next event on the agenda is the the relay event. And for that, hang on, quiet please for the start. Away they go, Division 1 boys under 14. Once again, please, relay officials, we need you to marshal nice and early. It's a minefield to supervise the relays, so we do need you out there for a briefing. And that's on the pink and white tent on the infield. At this stage we have a grand total of a 0. But looking out on the track, the outside lanes are all doing quite well. St George is coming through. I think Peter Carnley is the darker uniform there. The 200 metres will sort that out. We could have a bit of a bunch finish. A move from the man from Tranby. Boy from Tranby has kicked up the tempo, but outside him it's Mother Teresa. So the two in the blue, Tranby in the light blue, Mother Teresa in the dark blue. They'll come into the straight together. Tranby slightly in the lead. Mother Teresa trying to chase him down. I think Tranby's got it stitched up. Both getting very, very tired. They've had a long day on the track. Tranby striding out very nicely. Very light on his feet. Well done, Tranby. Mother Teresa next through. Rehoboth and then St George across to the man from Living Waters, Peter Carnley Foundation, and then a young bloke from St Joseph's in Albany. Keeping in mind that some of these schools, their population is such that they have their kids running in all sorts of things all day. Full credit to the St Joseph's Albany. No empty lanes. Okay, so the 400 metres under 14 Division 1. Noah Alvers from Tranby was first across the line, so full credit to that young man. So, Noah, you're the winner. Right, couple of empty lanes in this one. This is the girls under 15, Division 2, 400 metres. At this stage, all sort of happening as you would expect it. Peter Carnley's made a move. She's past St George on the outside, going very nicely down the backstroke. So Peter Carnley, Rehoboth in the red. Peter Carnley will, and a bit of action there on lane 2. Lane 2 is Living Waters. So Living Waters and Peter Carnley. The two of them will be almost locked. In fact, I think Peter Carnley, Living Waters, is going to get through to the lead of this one because she's in lane 2 and Peter Carnley's only the one outside. So 2 and 3. Living Waters will be first into the straight. Peter Carnley on her shoulder. They can see one another. They'll know what's going on. Could be up for a big finish here. Living Waters looking very comfortable. I remember this young lady from the earlier runs in the day. I think she might have it set in stone. So Living Waters comfortably ahead in this one. Girl from Peter Carnley thinking to herself, probably got a relay in a few minutes, maybe save something. So the young lady from Living Waters, first across the line. Peter Carnley second, looking up here. Mother Teresa will get third. Then it's the young lady from Rehoboth over to the inside from Foundation. Then St. George.
We'll replay and replay's live.
So we've got the full field for Division 1. That's the idea. If you do have one short in one of the races, put your runner into Division 1 because the points are worth more in Division 1. So let's see how this race pans out. So who was first? Oh, Ciala. Right, so Division 1 now with the full field. And let's see where the movement is happening. Once again, Peter Carnley, lane 2, stepping out very nicely. But some good action on the outside. In fact, look at the girl from... Goodness me, I'm trying to work out who it is. He's certainly blitzed the field. I've lost it. Is that St. I think is that St. Joseph's? Check it for me. St. Joseph's are in lane 6. I'm coming around the bend now, looking through the window did me no good. The camera might be able to help me out if we get up to the leader. So we've got the rest of the field. Show me who's coming first. Here we come. In fact, so far ahead, it's going to take a 2-camera shot. It is St. Joseph's in Albany. And wow, did she take off with a vengeance. This is a very good run. And after having watched this young lady run all day, this is a big finish in the 400. You've got a 40 or 50 metre margin, and that's good running, strongly through the line. And in fact, totally lost the camera shot there. We were following the field, and she got out of shot. So next one home was Living Waters, St. George, and then Mother Teresa. So let me identify that fantastic young lady. It's...
Come on, replay and replay's live. Always next.
Oh, got it's one of those ones where we got the division one on a different page. So Demi Burns from St. Joseph's, blitzing the girls 400 metres. Boys under 15, 400 metres Division 2 on the track. When there's just one track event, we can actually work out usually who it is. When you've got the 8s and the 1s mix and match, a recipe for confusion. Right. All right, the wonderful Oliver passes in this particular race, and we've seen Oliver do some great things today. Where is he? So watch out for, is that him already, is it? Oh, you're kidding. There's the gap. Okay, once again we have to try and work out who it is. So it could be, we've got Mother Teresa in lane 8. We've got St. George's in the white. So as they come into the straight, in fact it is the man from Mother Teresa. I can say Oliver's had such a big day, I wouldn't be surprised if he can even last that long. So St. George is coming home strongly. Look out, Mother Teresa, St George's and Mother Teresa. Young man in the glasses, he's been running the sprints today and he's going to come through, stepping up, doing a very nice 400, thank you. George's first, Mother Teresa second. Then on the inside we've got Foundation, Tranby, Peter Moyes and Oliver, who's just had too much to do on the day. I think if it is indeed Oliver, maybe they put him up to First Division. Yeah, I think. Yep. Okay, as I say, the names get put into the computer early in the week, so I think Oliver might be in this one. We'll soon find out. Let's have a look.
Stand by for the start. I've just ordered pizza. It should be here in 5 to 20 minutes.
I'm knowing how like they won't be able to find the announcing booth. I'll drop it in downstairs and they'll all be splitting up down there.
Yeah.
I thought we found the formula today.
Well, Mike got his, but ours didn't come.
I just turned around, I saw it on the cupboard there, so.
Apparently the kids left it in the room next door, and 2 other people must have taken ours.
Oh, is that what happened, was it?
Must have been if they were left it there. Someone else must have taken it.
Oh, that's
I think I ordered pizza.
Oh, well.
Stand by for a start.
Okay, the boys are away. Now I'm guessing that this might be the man that I spoke of earlier, Mr. Pass, and Oliver Pass. I think he stepped up to Division 1 because he's done so very, very well all day. I was surprised to see him not winning, and he's done that. He's passed, literally, I love that name, Pass. He's passed 7 and 8, so he's in lane 6 and he's already passed the 2 outside him. Inside runners making some good ground. Full challenge might come from St George in the white, but the man from Albany will be into the straight quite early. Inside him we've got Peter Carnley, St George outside. So I'm just taking a stab in the dark because Oliver's done so very well all day. I'm surprised to see him anywhere except first. So St George, here comes St George. St George coming home. Here comes the boy from Mother Teresa and St George. They're trying to chase him down. They might run out of time. I'm not sure. Will they run out of time? Yes, they will. So St Joseph's Albany first, Mother Teresa second, St George in third. So I'll, as I say, it wasn't listed to be Oliver's race, but I expected him to win. So I'm guessing it may be him, but you can correct me later in the day. So well done to the boys there. Moving now into the girls under 19. Once again, please, I have, in case you're wondering, I'm used to being ignored. I've been a school teacher for 40 years, or I was. But we do need the officials who will be helping with the relays. As soon as you've finished your field events or other tasks, please move on to the infield, where the pink and white top, I'm sure there's a terribly modern name for that particular shade of pink, but I'll just call it pink.
Ready for the start.
So continuing that announcement as our starter gets the runners away. Any relay officials, please just assemble on the infield track. On the infield under that little top. The other big thing, of course, is our relay runners. Now the relay runners do not marshal all down at the start. They marshal on the four corners of the stadium. And speaking of people running very quickly, this is the girl, I do believe this is Mother Teresa, out in lane 8, and she has really laid down the gauntlet. She comes around with 200 metres to go for her. There's not going to be anybody close enough to even get a good view of the back of her. She's running so beautifully. So on the very outside it is, and do you know who it is? I'll tell you who it is. It's one of the twins, I'm sure it is. It is. It's one of the Milanes Lozano girls, and what a great way to finish their career. The twins, the two of them, have been producing great outcomes for Mother Teresa over the years, and what a great way to, they were saying to me today, it might be their last day down here. They bought me a lovely gift, and that was wonderful. Well done. I'm not sure which of the girls it was. Well done to, and I say every year I look forward to seeing these two running. Today they've been a little less obvious in the races, but over the years, how many points have they won for the Mother Teresa team? I should have guessed who it was. So two wonderful young ladies. They bit of a treat this morning. We had a little snap photo that they can keep of the three of us together, the twins and the verbose announcer. So what a wonderful way to finish their contribution. They'll be in the relay, of course, later on. Not sure if they're going to be back next year. Depends on their choice of further studies. But what lovely young ladies. I love good manners. I'm not sure it's just a granddad thing, but good manners are a wonderful invention. So the last event for the ladies on the track today, and the running is looking very good once again on the very outside lane. That is the Mother Teresa competitors. That's why the twins have been doing a little less running, because there's other fantastic runners turning up and filling in their position. Mother Teresa, I'll tell you what, they're going to have a very good relay team in the open, girls. Certainly got some endurance out there. So the Mother Teresa competitor, I'll find her name on my little list here. Girls under 19 Division 1, Sky Bowen. Now you've heard her mentioned a couple of times today, and that's because she's such a good runner. Now in the inside, I bet you that's Alexandra Griffin. Now she's a very good 800, 1500 victory, and she got the legs. I don't know that she's going to be able to catch up. So Mother Teresa will take it out, but well done to Sky, but a big clap please for Alexie, or Ellie I should call her, Griffin, because she has put in a big day, finishing off with a 4 after a 1500, an 800 and a 200. Well done, Ellie. So a few of our relay officials have begun to gather, just 3 or 4, we need a few more. Relay officials and 2 more 400s to go. Once again, marshalling for the relays. We need to get that underway, coaches and sports coordinators. So the marshalling for the relays takes place at the 4 corners of the stadium. They need to move to all 4 corners of the stadium. Ready, obviously at your first change over at the 1500 metre start, second change at the 200 metre start, keeping an eye on the starter, and the final runner will be down at the 100 metre marshalling tent. 2 400s to go. I'll give you to the starter.
Ready, one. Stand by one and one. One is 9. Stand by 2 and 2. Ready, one. False start.
I've got a false start there, so just cue back on that one.
Hide on one. Ready, one.
Right, one of our multi-class competitors out here in lane 9, that's Ryan Peake. Ryan Peake, I've missed Rebecca Fraser and another one of our, the other ones were field events, but Ryan Peake out in lane 9. I'll tell you more about Ryan in a moment, but let's watch the race as it unfolds. If you recall, we had a very good man in the 800s. I'm wondering if that is him. I've got to see what school he is for a start. It is. It's probably the big fellow that did so well in the 800. Big tall man. Had a peak cap on, and he's going to try and confuse me now. But having said that, St Joseph's in north from St Joseph's Albany. St Joseph's Albany and Rehoboth. The big fella from Rehoboth still in front. St Joseph's is coming at him. St Joseph's and Rehoboth. Rehoboth still in the lead. St Joseph's coming through strongly. St Joseph, I would say, I think I'm going to give it to St Joseph's. Full credit to the man from Rehoboth. Did all the hard work and, in fact, threw his life on the line, literally crossing it. So what a wonderful finish. We've got the slow motion coming up on my camera now, on my monitor. Let's have a bit of a look. Man from St Joseph's and Rehoboth, tall fella. They both got a big forward lean on the line, shoulder to shoulder there. Just after the line, it's the man from Albany, but I'm not sure what happened on the line because the boy from Rehoboth did the big dip on the line, which had him collapsing. But I'm going to wander over and get a measure on that for you. Of course, our man in the outside lane, who I didn't welcome home, I do apologise, was Ryan Peake. Now, Ryan Peake's his first time at the ACC. He's competing today. He's run the 200 and the 400. So, Ryan, I apologise for all the excitement of that finish. I didn't get to share the moment of your introduction to multi-class athletics at the ACC. Don't forget that this live stream is available. We have to just get the details from your various phys editors and what have you, so Ryan can go home and watch his race on the TV. So the last individual race of the day, then it's the relays. Right. So that very, very close finish went to St Joseph's. So my heart goes out to the boy from Rehoboth. He just finished an 800 a few minutes ago. Let me go and catch up with this race. It's all happening and getting away from me. So St Joseph's speaking of Rehoboth, look at this young man go. And he's really striding out very nicely. He's not going to be too much of a chance that he's going to. This is the boy that's he's been doing very well all day also. So Rehoboth out in the front. Next one home will be Mother Teresa. Then it's the Tranby competitor. But what's this young fella going through? Low 50s. That's 52.55. That's not a bad run after a full day on the track. So well done to the young man from Rehoboth. I'll get my glasses on. I'll find out his name. And I'll tell you, it's Jaden Moss. Now, Jaden's been performing well all day. That's how come his name is so familiar. Jaden, a great way to finish your day on the track, although right now you're probably thinking to yourself, is there a light at the end of the tunnel? Well done, Jaden. Very nice run. Our relays, once again, the relay officials, please, onto the centre of the track. The relay officials get there for the marshalling. Once they're all together, I'll get the Chief Marshal to give me a wave and I'll sign off so they can hear you. In the meantime, the students need to marshal at the four corners of the stadium. So you go to the marshalling tent at which you begin your relay run. For fear of stating the obvious, the 1500 metre mark is the first change, so the second runners will go there. The 200 metres is the second change, so the third runners will go there. And the last runner needs to go down to the marshalling tent at the beginning of the 100 metres. But once again, please, if you are a relay official, I know you've been working hard all day, but let's head out there for the briefing. I'll sign off, give you a little bit of peace and quiet, and then we'll look forward to the double point relays. All right, just to refresh your memory, there are 7 trophies at the end of today's carnival, and they will be decided by these. The final contribution will come from the relays, which are worth double points. All right, I'm looking out. I've mentioned 2 or 3 times that the relay runners need to marshal at the 4 corners of the stadium. I look down, I see no relay runners. Goodness me. Time to swing into action, folks. Going through the finer details of your relay changes is not now. So We need the under 13s and 14s, 15s and opens, all four runners. Four runners, in fact, eight of your runners should by this stage be in the four corners of the stadium. So we've got, I see groups of four standing around. Folks, relay runners need to go to the four corners of the stadium. I can see some George's girls standing here at the finishing line. That's not where we need you, ladies. Relay runners, please report to the four corners of the stadium. I might have to do one of my catch your attention ones, I think.
One sec. I'm looking for marshals and groups of runners at all four corners of the stadium. At the 200-meter start, I see a group of marshals. Maybe let's take a look at that. Yeah, start by two. Start by 1 on 1.
Relay runners, please report to the four corners of the stadium. Relay runners. I keep seeing groups of four wandering around the place. You should be nowhere near your fellow competitors. You should be about 100 metres away from anybody. Relay runners, please, to the four corners of the stadium. Internet is so bloody slow. Really need to step it out, folks. We're falling behind the 8 ball here. Can't get it. This is stupid. All right, so with the junior boys and junior girls, the first two relays will be the under 13 and 14. They will contribute to the junior boys, junior girls trophies. The next two relays will contribute to the... Thanks, Susie. worries. All right, so the first event will be one of the ladies, the girls under 13. I'll go towards the Junior Girls Trophy. Let me have a quick look at the... So to give you some idea, in the first of our relays, the top two teams are 16 points apart at the scores to date for the junior girls, the top two teams. I won't tell you all of them because that'll be giving too much away, but the usual suspects, I think, is the phrase. So the Junior Girls Trophy, just 16 points separating first and second at the last point score. Oh, sorry, that's the overall score. Goodness, that's even worse. Goodness me. Keep an eye on the starter for me. Right, the overall score, there's only 16 points between first and second in the overall score. Now, you saw them, the last one on the board. We know who the schools are. I won't tell you the order. But Rehoboth and Mother Teresa, last time the scores were added up, 16 points the difference. Let's go down to the junior girls. Top three teams in the junior girls are Peter Carnley, Rehoboth and Mother Teresa.
All right, Lee, just get a shot at the starter. He's coming up.
The big heads up for the relay runners, do not leave your lane once you hand over your baton. Once you give off your baton, stay in your own lane, please. I think we have the white flags. There's got certainly one in the middle. That's the big boss. Away we go. Junior girls, the first of their relays. Mother Teresa in lane 1. See what the action is on the station. Some of the outside lanes doing well. Oh, some good movement in the middle of the field. I think that might be Peter Carnley doing nicely out there in 4. Mother Teresa in 1. Lane 2's catching up to them. That's Foundation. So Mother Teresa not getting it all their own way. The very outside lane will be Rehoboth. No, it's not. That's the second outside. St Joseph's are leading. St Joseph's comfortably in the lead in lane 7. Rehoboth is outside them. Those inside lanes will come into play in a moment. Nice change from St Joseph's. Inside there's Mother Teresa coming home. Mother Teresa and St Joseph's. Mother Teresa a real speedster. This girl's a champion. She's going to be very hard to hold off. I think she's going to get there. She will do. What a great run by that young lady. She's been winning all the sprints. And St Joseph's Albany threw down the gauntlet, but when you've got a last runner like that girl, they'll tell you what, it's difficult to maintain the lead. So well done, Mother Teresa. Well done, St Joseph's in Albany. Now the junior boys division, a very, very tight competition. Let me have a quick look for you. It's 32 points between first and fourth. 32 points between first and fourth, and that can change with the relays. I'll name the schools in no particular order. You've got Rehoboth, Mother Teresa, Living Waters, Peter Carnley. So 32 points separates those 4 teams with 2 relays to come. Winning both, you've got 48 points. Away we go. The boys away in their junior one. Remember, this is the 30-odd points between first and fourth. Looking at lanes 1, 3, 4 and 8. Now, on the very outside, 8 is Rehoboth. Oh, wrong lane. Oh, I hope you're just inside the zone as far as I can tell from the marks on the track. Peter Carnley going very nicely on the inside. So Peter Carnley and Rehoboth showing out at the moment. Mother Teresa coming through strongly. Living Waters is one of those top four as well. Rehoboth has got their baton. Peter Carnley's got theirs. Peter Carnley's got a couple of... They're in 4, Rehoboth in 8, so they've got a big advantage coming around that bend. So Peter Carnley get to lead into the straight. Peter Carnley takes their baton. Hardly a copybook changeover, but with that sort of a lead, I think you're comfortable. There's the big fella from Rehoboth. I don't think he's going to close this down. So Peter Carnley will take out the first of the junior boys relays comfortably all the way through. Don't look back. There's the big fella that's done so well all day today from Rehoboth. Inside Mother Teresa. Living Waters has got up for fourth. So the 4 top teams all were 1, 2, 3 and 4 in that event. So that'll make the junior boys trophy very, very exciting. So back to the junior girls again.
Going onto the track now. 200 meters? Yep. 200 meters, yeah.
Right, so the
Stand by 1 and
under 14 girls moving out onto the track. And as we say, when the white flags all wave, if they're all white, then it's all right. And the same applies with the legality of the changeovers.
let's go to the 100 meters, the last change over. Stand by 1 and 1.
So following this race, it's the last chance for the junior girls to get some points onto the scoreboard. White flags are all over the place. Looks like we might be ready to go. Starters on the podium. Away we go. Let's see where the movement is at the station. Mother Teresa's done well in these junior age groups and doing well in this particular one. Rehoboth on the outside in the red. In the middle of the field is one of the, probably Peter Carnley, I think. So the white is St George, the outside red, inside lane. Mother Teresa doing very nicely in one, but Peter Carnley's possibly the best of the rest. Just trying to count the costumes as we get into various shades of blue and navy blue. Peter Carnley, I'm thinking, is in the lead at this stage, but Mother Teresa coming through very strongly in lane 1. Mother Teresa coming home. They'll come into the straight almost together. Peter Carnley in about 4 or 5. Mother Teresa on the inside. Both got their baton. Peter Carnley's leading. Can Mother Teresa catch up? Maybe not. Peter Carnley powering home. That's a very good run from her. Big, powerful arm action, good long stride length. Peter Carnley through for the first place. Mother Teresa second, St George third. Rehoboth finishing strongly will go fourth, just ahead of the runner in lane 2, which would be Living Waters lane 3, of course. Okay. So whatever's going to happen with the junior girls now is up to the scorers. The computer team working very hard on the inside here. Yep, the under 14 boys. Yep. Now the boys under 14, the junior boys trophy is very, very tight, so let's see how they pan out. Mother Teresa doing very nice on the inside. The big powerful runner from Rehoboth out for one of the most ordinary changes I've seen in athletic history, but Rehoboth running very quickly down the back straight. St George is in the white. St George is in 5, Rehoboth in 8, so St George is getting the better of this. Just in between them, we've got St Joseph's and Tranby. So they get their battens, and it's going to be quite tight. Tranby doing very nicely. Tranby's going to be up in this one. Look out, Tranby in the middle. Mother Teresa not doing as well. George's and Tranby are going to be the ones. Here comes Peter Carnley. Peter Carnley in the navy blue. Peter Carnley's got theirs. And four of them across the track. Living Waters is in there. It's Tranby out in front. I think the Tranby boy's going to take it out. Well done, Sophie White. Be proud of you. Tranby powers through to the line. St George second. So Mother Teresa third. Living Waters. Rehoboth, I think, has just pipped Peter Carnley for the next place across the track. Then we have the youngsters from Foundation and St Joseph's, Albany. Goodness me, what a great last leg. Some of these teams with their fantastic last leg runners. Certainly the boy from Mother Teresa put in a great effort to come from a fair way back, pick up second place. So I can tell you the decision of the boys junior trophy, very, very tight. Moving to the girls senior division now. Right, third and fourth is going to be very tight in this girls senior division because two teams are exactly equal there. The top 4 schools, Rehoboth, St George, Living Waters, Mother Teresa in no particular order. So that's the senior girls, so 2 senior girls relays.
1500. Stand by and 1.
All right, the overall points, as I mentioned a little earlier, just a handful of points. What are we talking? We're talking 16 points between first and second. Those 2 teams, Rehoboth and Mother Teresa. Not telling you which one's which either. My secret. And the relays. Could be also some field events coming in, so this is not set in stone. This is the last time I was able to get a printout. There'll be the odd field event coming through, plus maybe some of the 400s. Right, off to the starter now. Ladies away, and they're under 15, a relay. Let's see if there's any movement at the station. Not too much happening. If anything, Mother Teresa getting the best of the first leg. She's moved up alongside Foundation and past her, but the outside lane's doing well also. Good change for Rehoboth. Good change for St Joseph's and Tranby. Now St Joseph's, once we start getting into the senior ages, St Joseph's got some very good runners. I think Rehoboth, it's going to be Mother Teresa and Rehoboth, I think, are going to be the main contenders. St Joseph's not far out of it. Mother Teresa, remember, in lane 1. And Rehoboth out in 8. So Mother Teresa powering around the floor. There it is. Peter Carnley's in there. So Peter Carnley's featuring. Albany's not far out of it. Peter Carnley's got their bat. And they'll be the first into the straight. Rehoboth on the outside between them. It's not Peter Carnley. I tell a lie. It's in fact Living Waters. Oh, well done, Living Waters. Living Waters, the navy blues on the far side threw me. So Living Waters are going to take it out ahead of St Joseph's in Albany. So my apologies to Living Waters for the tinted window here. They all look pretty much navy blue to me. So Living Waters, a nice memorable victory for your girls under 15. And a comfortable victory. St Joseph's Albany, as I've said, they've had some very good senior runners. And this is not an exception. Was gaining, but just not quite enough. Next one home, Rehoboth, then Peter Carnley, and on the very inside, Mother Teresa. Right, into the senior boys now. 2 more relays for the senior boys, or for the boys, and they're both the senior division. 26 points between first and second, and two teams again equal for third.
Thank you. And 1. White flag, stand by 2 and 2. Let's go to the 1500 and 1. Okay, she's going to put a white flag up, I think.
Shut up,
Ready,
trying to
two.
start the race.
And
I get in trouble with shouting out, you'll be in trouble. Oi, settle down, chill.
2 and 2.
Yeah, nice and quiet for the start, please. Nice and quiet for the start. Boys need to concentrate. Stefan knows he's got to run quickly.
Stand by 1 and turns.
Senior boys, Mother Teresa's coming fourth. They're well off the pace.
Oh, never mind. Just get to the start. On 1 and 2. Let's start doing the runner. Thanks. Thanks for that.
We're away. The second last boys race of the day. The senior boys under 15. Man from Rehoboth stepping up very quickly. Also just inside him, St Joseph's of Northam. Rehoboth has got theirs. No, they haven't. Now they have. Oh dear me, that was not a very bad change. I think can I quote you on that? Okay, so Rehoboth on the outside, St Joseph's just inside them, and they in fact will pass them there. But on the inside lanes, what's happening? Let me see. So on the outside, St Joseph's and Rehoboth together. You can see them. Peter Carnley showing up. They'll join them in as they come into the straight. So Peter Carnley has got his baton. Rehoboth's got theirs. St Joseph's is away. It's St Joseph's and Rehoboth and Peter Carnley. Peter Carnley doing nicely. I think St Joseph's has got the better of it, or the best of it. There are three of them. So it's going to be St Joseph's Albany, Rehoboth second, and third Peter Carnley. St George, Mother Teresa, Foundation, Tranby and Living Waters. So the boys from the bush, they came to play and they've just taken out that relay. And the senior boys division, another nice victory like that in the open. You never know, St Joseph's might get a trophy to take home.
Nice to see the marshal checking. Let's see that one.
So one last race for the senior girls, then the one for the senior boys. And after that, it's teams down on the tarmac, and we'll do the presentation of trophies. This is my 31st year of doing it. So I think right, very quickly away over the far side. We've got the Rehoboth girl telling very quickly. St George is doing well in the middle of the field. Let's see what the other battens are changing. Rehoboth certainly. Oh, here comes Mother Teresa in lane 1. Oh, look at that young lady go. You know who that is. That's one of the twins. It is. Well, there's Lorenzo. And it might be lovely. Oh, it was a lovely change and didn't get hold of it. But once again, Mother Teresa on the inside lanes. We've had the twins have been a really great combination, but they've brought in a few outsiders and they're doing very nicely. So Mother Teresa getting it all the way. And, oh, goodness me. Look at that. That's a relay margin. That is unbelievable. So just for the people that don't know what I'm talking about, we had a couple of young girls who appeared as under 13s, a few years ago. And when we came to the athletics, Milanes Lozano, and they were doing all the races. Then we've had some new girls have joined Mother Teresa. And believe it or not, even though the twins were fantastic, these girls were just that little bit quicker. And they've put together a relay team based on that formula. And look at the victory. Just a reminder, I haven't mentioned this today, I've been remiss on a number of levels. All the results are available online, and in fact you can go back to previous years and check all the times and performances right back to when we started computer scoring. And I think that began, ACC were one of the first to do that, also one of the first to have a live broadcast of their meets. ACC, very much the trendsetters. So all your results, every time, every distance, every height, all on the computer when you get home tonight. Log into the ACC sports site and you can check up absolutely everything you did. We just found, someone just found an anomaly, which is good. So you can check those on your phones now. Away we go. So the boys are away. The big fellas are heading out. And once again, Mother Teresa doing very nicely. Thank you. Yes, we had the... once again, some of the changes leave a little bit to be desired. The reds on the outside looking pretty good. That's Rehoboth. So let's keep an eye on them all. So Rehoboth on the very outside in the red. What's happening on the inside lanes? Very inside lane is Mother Teresa. So Rehoboth on the outside, Mother Teresa. Remember, these two teams were vying for that overall trophy. Peter Carnley's in there. Rehoboth, I don't think you're going to catch him. I think Peter Carnley's going to come up for second. At the moment, Rehoboth first across the line. Very strong boys division. Very tight for second. I think maybe... I think the boy from Mother Teresa has come through for second, ever so slightly ahead of Peter Carnley.
this one, sir?
Very close. For the overall trophy, that's between you and Rehoboth.
Yeah.
And the boys and girls, it sort of swaps back and forth a bit. But, before the last score I had to realise, 18 points between you and Rehoboth.
How much have they won? How much relays?
You've done pretty well. I think you've done slightly better than that. But
Oh,
right, we're approaching the moment of truth, the moment when we find out who will be taking home our 7 trophies. The 7 trophies being the junior boys and girls, senior boys and girls, the overall boys and girls, and the big one. And the big one will determine who is eligible to go up to a higher division. Well, what we need to do now is to gather the team captains or team representatives, hopefully with a school banner, and come down and join me on you'll see the trophy table. So if you line up just behind that, just on the grass immediately behind that, you see Kyle coming down with all the necessary bits and pieces. And then we get the scores. It's going to be very tight. There's two schools vying for a lot of the trophies. I'm hoping that some of the others have snuck through during those relays to pick up some of the incidentals. All right, St Joseph's. Oh, just checking a little bit of the logistics for St Joseph's in Albany. As you know, it's a significant drive which they're going to undertake immediately after the presentation. So if you'd like to head out, please, Rehoboth, bring two banners out. Right, the people from Rehoboth. I can remember when I was living in Kenwick. So Rehoboth is your main campus in Kenwick, is it? Yeah, the high school campus. Yep, I used to own Al Fresco's, that restaurant there. Where's the Peter Carnley people? St George. All right, we're out. Peter Carnley. There we are. Yep. Just come down here. I'm not going to chase you. There you go. Just down the end there. There you go. I'll put you on the end. All right. So it's good. Okay, people. That's before we get into the presentation. I would like to give you a special thanks from me. 100 years ago, I was a fairly average athlete, but I would like to have seen myself as a runner. Made a few teams over the years. And to get to my age, you really do appreciate wonderful performance. And what you people have put out here today has really warmed the heart of this 73-year-old has-been. It really has been wonderful. So each and every one of the competitors today, I want to thank you as competitors. ACC, of which I'm not a part, I'm just a big fan. Their motto is sport in the right spirit, and today I've seen that on so many occasions. I just really want to personally thank all the athletes. But before I go any further, having been a sports coordinator over the years as well, I think that all of you athletes might like to stop and think about all the work that had to go into this by your teachers and sports coordinators. It is absolutely a monumental task tying together an event like today. So you athletes, please, I want you to give a big burst of applause for the teachers, the sports coordinators and all the other people, because that is I still have nightmares about trying to tie teams together when I was back as a sports coordinator over the years. So, and the other thing, of course, I'm thinking of the people from Albany, just wondering how the teachers are going to spend all the overtime they'll get when they get, as if. Albany, a very special mention to them. They drove all the way up yesterday, and last night the teachers supervised a bunch of adrenaline-filled teenagers on a gymnasium floor, which is a Herculean task of its own. And then the kids have come out after sleeping on a gymnasium floor and have done so incredibly well today. So for our country school today, St Joseph's Albany, give them a big cheer, please. Right, so just going along the pecking order here. Every year I sort of come in here looking forward to seeing some people run, and today it was Ali. Now she tells me she's in year 12, so let's hope she fails. No, I don't mean that seriously. But St George have had some wonderful combinations over the years. They had the twins there in previous years, the two boys. And St George, that beautiful school in the middle of the city. So thank you for coming down and joining us again and putting out some outstanding performances. Well done. Now Tranby, I'm going to say every time I think of Tranby, I have the habit of thinking of Sophie White. But I've got some new champions here today. We had a nice relay victory there in one of the races. And wonderful, I call them a little boutique school because it's such a beautiful school. Kids from Tranby, they've always been on the books and they always perform so well. Thank you, Tranby. Now, Rehoboth. They came here with this picture of red ones go faster. And I'll tell you what, we had some very fast red ones out there today. Now, Rehoboth, looking towards a number of the trophies, not sure how it's going to go, but over the years, tell me they really have grown bigger, stronger and faster. Sounds like the Olympics, doesn't it? Rehoboth, thank you very much. Right, now no messing around on the bus on the way home. We'll put you in the naughty corner. Once again, very special thank you to St Joseph's in Albany. There we go, good on you girls. Right, quickly, last couple to go. Now, Mother Teresa last year, I put them in the naughty corner because not only did they do very well, but they could have been accused of being showing off because they won everything. Not getting it all your own way today, but what a wonderful day on the track. So good on you, Mother Teresa. A little bit louder, please. You can't be that tired. And finally, my favourite Archbishop, Peter Carnley. I had the great pleasure of meeting him. What a legend and what a legendary school. So Peter Carnley Anglican Community School from out in my corner of the woods, Wellard. So Peter Carnley, please give him a cheer. Are we done, Kyle? Right, last thing I'll get you to do for me, as I've mentioned many a time, I'm just the hired help here. I'm not part of the ACC, but I'm a huge fan. And it's a good opportunity for you people to say thank you for all the work they do at the ACC, the Lightning Carnivals, the inter-school sport, swimming, cross-country, athletics. This is your opportunity to let the people that work so hard putting the ACC together know how much you appreciate them. So please, a big warm welcome for the Director of ACC Sport, Mr. Kyle March.
On behalf of the Associated and Catholic Colleges of WA, it's my great pleasure to thank everybody for being here today as what has been an absolutely wonderful day of athletics. I've really enjoyed the competition out on the track and in the field today. We had some beautiful performances, and we're looking forward now to announcing our team results to see how we all went. And before we do that, of course, there are always people behind the scenes who we need to mention and thank because of the work that they've done. And to give the official thank you address today, on behalf of all of the principals from the schools in G Division, I'd like to introduce the Head of Students at Rehoboth, Mr. Sam Paletia.
Thank you. What an amazing day. Competitors, participants, everyone, you should give yourself a huge pat on the back because there was some amazing effort there today. What a privilege to be able to watch it. So thank you. I have the privilege of being able to say a few short thank yous. A day like this doesn't happen unless there are a lot of people doing a lot of work. So I just want to thank Athletics West, in particular the track referee, Bob Schickett, the throws referees, Jane Streeter and Terry Jones, the referees for jumps, Dave Wyatt and Gay Wyatt, the starter, John Hartwig, and all of Athletics West for the photo finish. Can we also thank St. John's for first aid and the catering school, the great Rehoboth Christian College. A few more special thanks need to be said, especially for our supervising staff and our spectators, team coaches and managers, and all of our PE staff who put in a huge amount of time and effort to make these days possible, but also parents and carers who are driving hours upon end to make sure their kids are getting to training. So let's just thank them as well.
To our team results, and first of all our junior championships, and these are the points for the under 13 and under 14 age groups. And we'll announce our top three teams in the junior boys division, junior girls. Third on 317, Rehoboth Christian College. Second in the junior girls on 340, Peter Carnley Anglican School. And the winner of the Junior Girls Shield on 381, Mother Teresa Catholic College. Well done to the junior girls at Mother Teresa. Great effort from them. In the boys juniors, in third place on 307, Mother Teresa. Second on 324, Peter Carnley. And just tipping their nose in front by 1 point on 325 points, taking out the Junior Boys Shield, Rehoboth. Well done to the young boys from Rehoboth there. Fantastic effort from their team. The next awards are for the senior division, and these are the points for the under 15 and open. And in the senior girls today, finishing third, Rehoboth. Coming in second in the senior girls, Living Waters Lutheran College. And taking out the shield for the senior girls division, Mother Teresa Catholic College. Great work to the senior girls at Mother Teresa. And in the boys' senior division, in third place on 309, Peter Carnley Anglican School. Second in the senior boys, St. Joseph's College. And the winner of our Senior Boys Shield, Rehoboth Christian College. Great work, those senior boys at Rehoboth. Our next two trophies are for the overall result for girls and the overall result for boys. And then after that, we'll do our final award for the combined aggregate. But in the Girls' Championship, in fourth place on 587 points, St. George's. Third in the girls on 598, Living Waters. And a great tussle with our two top schools in the girls, but coming second today in the Girls' Championship, Rehoboth. And our girls' champions, Mother Teresa Catholic College. Great work to all the girls at Mother Teresa. Really good overall team effort from them. Well done. In the boys' championship today, fourth, St. Joseph's College. Third in the boys, Mother Teresa. Second in the boys' championship, Peter Carnley. And our boys' champions, Rehoboth Christian College. Well done to all of the boys at Rehoboth. Fantastic effort from their team. Well done. And before we announce our final overall result, just a reminder that we have some all the results, of course, up on the internet when you leave here. If you haven't already checked, you can check all your own performances. The live stream was on YouTube today, and you can catch that. That'll still be up for the next week. So get the link from your school. It was great to be able to watch yourself out there on the track. And then today is only one of 10 divisional meets, and after the last one of those, we then analyse all the results across every 10 meets and pick our all-star team. So that's always a great honour to be picked in that team, and that'll be announced probably in the last week of this term, so keep your eye out for that one. And tomorrow in the newspaper we'll also be publishing all of the team results, and also the age champions will be published in the newspaper tomorrow. But to our final result in the combined aggregate score, finishing in 8th position on 916, Foundation Christian College. 7th on 930, Tranby College. In 6th place, on 1,104, St. George's Anglican Grammar. In overall 5th place, on 1,129, St. Joseph's College. Fourth, on 1,141, Living Waters Lutheran College. Third today, on 1,195, Peter Carnley Anglican Community School. And of course, we had a fantastic tussle between our top 3 schools, but it was a good, close result between our top 2 schools. And really, it came down to the relays, and you needed to have depth across every age in each gender. So both of these schools have performed very well, but we can only have one winner. And our runner-up today on 1,323 points. Rehoboth. So our champion G Division school on 1,344 points, Mother Teresa Catholic College. Wow, what a fantastic performance from Mother Teresa. Worthy winners today, taking out the Girls' Championships and the overall. What a fantastic effort. And well done to everybody at Rehoboth. A great effort from your school today. Boys' champions and second place today overall. Well done. Can I ask now for the captains from Mother Teresa to come to the mic to give their word of thanks on behalf of the school?
I would like to thank you for everyone that rocked up today. It was a really great competition from each of the schools. Thank you to our teachers for coming over and helping us out today, and to all the staff today that helped us out, set up, I guess. All right, thanks everyone.
Let's hear it for our champion G Division school, Mother Teresa Catholic College. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, students, that concludes our event today. Thank you for being here, and please drive safely.